Hello, everyone. Welcome to Zen and Fanfics. Today we are featuring part 2 of What If Female Deku was trained by Mirko. The story is written by Random Bullshit 9 on Wattpad. Before we start, please like and subscribe for more content. Now let's dive into the story. A new era of thigh power. After Izumi's legendary fight with Stain and her viral status as the Thyodo, the floodgates had opened. Her thighs, no longer just a tool of destruction, had become an obsession. People from every corner of the internet wanted a piece of her secrets. Thousands upon thousands of DMs flooded Izumi's inbox, each one asking her to post her workout routine. To say it was overwhelming would be an understatement. But Izumi, ever the pragmatist, knew that the world had gone thigh crazy and it was time to give the people what they wanted. Izumi's post, title, The Thyodo Workout Routine, Prepare Yourself for Legendary Legs. It was a crisp afternoon when Izumi finally sat down to post her much-anticipated leg workout routine. She took a deep breath and typed out the post, hoping she didn't sound like she was bragging too much. She paused before hitting send, thinking of how to best phrase this thing. Izumi's Thyodo workout routine. All right, here it is. My top secret leg workout routine. These exercises are designed to build strength, speed, and most importantly, power in the legs. But beware, you won't see results overnight. This is for those who want to earn the legendary thighs that will crush, suplex, and annihilate villains like me. Let's get started. 1. Thigh push-ups. I bet you've never done these before. Lie on your back and place your feet on a bench or elevated surface. With your hands behind your head, engage your core and perform a push-up. But instead of using your arms, use your legs to push your body upwards. Sounds simple, right? It's not. Build those leg muscles with this. 2. Leg press. Thigh addition, no gym equipment. No problem. Find a heavy object, preferably something you can lift safely, and press it with your legs, ensuring your thighs are doing all the work. Don't forget to really squeeze at the top of the movement. You're aiming for power, not just flexibility. 3. Wall squats, extended thigh challenge. Get into a wall squat position and hold for 1 minute. For added difficulty, try raising one leg at a time, or even do leg lifts while squatting. This move will make you feel like you're slowly becoming an immovable wall, one strong enough to crush any villain in your path. 4. Thigh suplex leg lifts. This is the exercise that builds up your suplex power. Start with your legs bent and your back flat on the floor. Now, raise both legs up in the air while engaging your inner thighs, just like when I do my famous suplex. Get that momentum, baby. Trust me, you'll feel the burn and you'll feel the power. 5. Thigh rotations, spinning for speed. The Thyodo isn't just about raw power. Speed is key. To get that fast, whirlwind motion in your legs, do thigh rotations. Sit with your legs extended and rotate your legs in circles, first clockwise, then counterclockwise. Aim for fluid, lightning-quick rotations to get your legs moving like a force of nature. 6. Jumping squats. Thyodo style, these aren't your average squats. You'll want to explode into a jump as high as you can after each squat. You're channeling that power surge that comes from having massive, world-shaking thighs. If you feel like you can't jump anymore, don't worry. That's when you know you're doing it right. 7. The Thyodo circuit, the ultimate test. Combine all of the above into a circuit. 20 reps each of the exercises with minimal rest in between. Do this circuit twice a week, and within a month, you'll feel like you could suplex an entire villain organization. Don't forget, it's all about consistency, training, and leg power. Izumi's conclusion. Now, I know some of you might be thinking, this seems impossible. And trust me, I get it. But remember, when I first started, I wasn't born with these godly thighs. It took hard work, determination, and the occasional villainous suplex to get to where I am today. So, keep at it. Maybe one day, you'll be able to join me in the legendary ranks of Thyodo victories. Izumi added a quick disclaimer to the post. Warning, results may vary. Proceed with caution if you aren't ready for the pain. And then, with a final laugh, she hit send, the internet goes into overdrive. Of course, her fans didn't wait long. Within moments, the post had gone viral again. Twitter at Legends and Suplexes. So, she's giving us the key to becoming a Thyodo. Do I even have the strength for this? At Justice Leg Day, I feel personally attacked by this workout. But also I'm in. Who needs a gym when you have Thyodo on the job? At Super Strong Buns, Izumi Usagiyama is a legend, and now she's showing us how she builds those legendary thighs. Never skip leg day, folks. At Thighs of Justice, if I wake up in the morning and I'm not sore from these leg exercises, I'll be severely disappointed. Instagram, at Thighs Crush Me. It's like she just showed us her gym routine for the apocalypse. Izumi's thighs will literally save us all. At Gotta Squat for Her, Thyodo workout is real. I'm gonna do this and pray I don't collapse halfway through. Izumi leaned back in her chair after posting, grinning to herself. She felt pretty proud of how it turned out. It wasn't every day that you got to share the secret to your legendary thighs with the world. But then, like clockwork, her phone buzzed again. Aizawa's announcement. The upcoming semester exams the following day at UA was a bit more serious than usual. The usual banter and humor of the class was overshadowed by the ever-dreaded announcement from Aizawa-sensei. As usual, Izumi couldn't help but feel that tension in the air. It was time for the semester exams. Aizawa stood in front of the class, his tired eyes scanning over them all, though his hair still looked like it had been attacked by a windstorm. All right, listen up. The semester exams are coming up soon, and we're going to see how you all handle real-world situations. This is the point where I finally stop holding your hands. He paused, his sharp gaze locking onto Izumi's eyes for a moment. And that includes you, Usagiyama. You think your legs are going to save you in every exam. Think. Again. Izumi chuckled nervously. Well, I might surprise you, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa's unamused stare did not waver. This time, he continued, the exams are going to test your skills in every way, mental, physical, and tactical. We'll be splitting you into teams, and each team will face diurent scenarios. Think of it like the real world. It's going to be harder than anything you've faced before. Do not expect any mercy. The team assignments. Izumi sat up, straighter at the mention of teams. She glanced at her classmates, who all seemed to tense up. She, of course, wasn't worried. She'd faced worse than any exam. Her thighs were practically a force of nature, but she knew that some of her classmates weren't so confident. Aizawa cleared his throat. For the next few days, we'll be pairing you all up. You'll need to train and strategize together. Make sure you prepare for the worst. The students nodded, a mix of anxious excitement filling the room. Izumi found herself eyeing the clock. She wasn't too worried about the exams. After all, her thigh power could likely carry her through any physical challenge. But she would need to stay sharp. There was no way she was letting her classmates down. Plus, she knew exactly how she was going to tackle the exams, just like every villain she'd ever fought before with a Thyodo. The next few days would be intense, no doubt. But as Izumi glanced at her classmates, she couldn't help but smile a little. No matter what happened, she was ready for whatever challenge came next, and the world better be prepared for the Thyodo that was coming their way. The internet strikes back, trying the Thyodo workout. Izumi's post about her leg workout routine had been up for only a few hours, but already the world was feeling the UX of the Thyodo. People everywhere were trying her workout, and the internet was absolutely flooded with videos, tweets, and memes showing their attempts. Let's just say the aftermath was glorious and painful. The first attempt, #Thyodo Challenge. One enthusiastic user on Twitter, at @LegGoalsNow, was among the first to try the Thyodo workout, with a caption that read, "Let's see if I can survive the Thyodo workout." #Thyodo Challenge. They filmed themselves in their living room. The video showed them performing the infamous thigh push UPS, struggling to lift their body while grunting. The users' legs shook uncontrollably, and after a couple of reps, they collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air. The tweet went viral within minutes. People started commenting with hashtags like hashtag Thyodo challenge, hashtag my legs hurt, and hashtag send help. Some took to sharing their own attempts, usually ending with them dramatically flopping to the floor in agony. A Thigh Goals Now tweet. I'm never doing another leg workout again. My thighs feel like they're going to explode. What kind of legendary human is at Izumi Usagiyama? Instagram. Thigh Warriors Unite. Meanwhile, on Instagram, a series of Thyodo workouts began popping up like wildfire. The first one came from a Thighs for Justice, an amateur bodybuilder who was clearly a fan of leg day. But not this much. At Thighs for Justice post, this is how you do leg day. Let's start with the Thyodo routine. I've got this. I'm ready to embrace the pain. The video began with her squatting down and lifting a significantly heavy barbell. Then she moved on to the wall squats. Extended thigh challenge. Her legs wobbled, but she held strong. About 45 seconds in, however, her legs visibly buckled, and she fell to the ground with an impressive thud. At Thighs for Justice caption. In case you were wondering, no, I did not get up for another 20 minutes after that. I'm a believer in the Thyodo, but I clearly don't have Izumi's power yet. The video had over 100,000 views within an hour. The comments section was packed. At Squat Goals, I tried to do the wall squat, and I couldn't walk for 2 days. Please, Izumi, what do you eat to survive this? I'm gonna get thick. I did the thigh suplex exercise. At first, I thought it was a joke. Then I realized it's not. Now, my legs won't stop shaking, and I can't feel my calves. I will never skip leg day again. Ever. YouTube. The Thyodo challenges go live. YouTube was the platform where the workout madness truly spiraled out of control. Fitness, vloggers, gym enthusiasts, and even casual gym goers jumped on the bandwagon. Some videos were hilarious, while others bordered on tragic, but all were filled with passion and often pain. YouTube channel, Thyodo Survivor. A series of failed attempts, the channel. Thyodo Survivor was quickly created by a brave soul named Rick. Rick, a self-proclaimed fitness expert, was determined to conquer the legendary workout. His first video was titled, Can I Survive the Thyodo Routine in 1 Day? Rick started strong. He nailed the thigh push UPS, managing to knock out a decent number before his form began to falter. Then he attempted the jumping squats, Thyodo style. His first jump looked good, but on the second, he miscalculated and face-planted directly into his gym mat. The sound of his dramatic thud echoed through the video, followed by a sharp intake of breath. Rick's YouTube caption, So, yeah, I didn't survive the Thyodo workout, but Izumi's thighs are clearly from another dimension. I'm pretty sure my legs are still vibrating from my thigh suplex attempt. After Rick's video went live, it gained millions of views, along with several others that followed suit. Fitness trainers, bodybuilders, and even casual enthusiasts tried it out, with many ending up in hilarious and slightly painful situations. Some took to social media with their experiences. At Jimbrollery, I tried to follow the Thyodo workout. I thought I was in good shape until Izumi came for my soul. It's been 48 hours. I'm still sore. Help. At Legends of Izumi, YM. I low-key jealous of Izumi's thighs. I can't even handle 20 reps of her jumping squats without questioning my entire existence. The memes, Thyodo meme revolution, memes of course exploded next. The internet was unstoppable once it latched onto a good meme. People from all over the world started creating funny memes about their attempts to survive Izumi's workout. Some even took to Photoshop to edit themselves into ridiculous Thyodo images. One such meme showed a picture of Izumi flexing, with text over her thighs reading, "The only workout that requires a recovery PRD before attempting a second leg day." Another meme featured a picture of a random civilian attempting the leg press, thigh edition, where they were trying to press a couch, but were clearly struggling under the weight. The caption was, "Me after realizing I have no business trying Izumi's leg routine. Memes flood Twitter at leg pains. When Izumi said, "Pain is temporary, Thyodo is forever," she wasn't kidding. My legs are done. But I respect the power. The world responds with every passing hour, more and more. People tried to recreate Izumi's workout. From kids who had no idea what they were getting into, to professional athletes who thought they could breeze through it. Everyone had their limits tested. And what followed was a global phenomenon. Soon, the hashtag Thyodo workouts was trending worldwide. At that thigh girl, random person with zero gym experience, I thought this was just a fun workout challenge. I was so wrong. It took me 3 days to recover. But now I have a newfound respect for at Izumi Usagiyama's thighs. Never skipping leg day again. By the end of the week, the Thyodo UX had reached its peak. Global athletes, including pro wrestlers and UFC fighters, were chiming in, trying the workout, and failing. Hilariously, as the memes flooded every corner of the internet, Izumi had unknowingly become a global sensation, not just for her combat skills, but for her godly thighs. But the chaos didn't end there. Izumi, scrolling through her phone after another long patrol with Rumi, couldn't help but notice the massive surge in notifications. She sighed, taking in the endless barrage of DMs, messages, and memes that were still being created. It was overwhelming. She'd never expected her workout routine to become this viral. Izumi's final thought, maybe just maybe, I should do a Thyodo masterclass. Izumi grinned to herself. Villains react to the Thyodo workout, including Kindo Rappa's commentary. Izumi's Thyodo workout had exploded across the internet. Its reach was worldwide, and it was no surprise that even the most hardened villains couldn't escape the sheer power of the Thyodo UX. Within the chaos, a few familiar faces found themselves reacting to the viral sensation, with some taking the challenge themselves, others uttering critiques, and a few simply in awe of Izumi's godly thighs. Among those who caught wind of the phenomenon were the members of the League of Villains, as well as a surprise commentary from Kindo Rappa of the Shigaraki Kai. And let me tell you, chaos ensued. The League of Villains react. Shigaraki. Tamura was sitting in his usual chair, picking at his fingers and staring at the screen in front of him. He'd been watching the constant memes of Izumi's Thyodo workout for the better part of an hour. At first, he thought it was just another one of those random viral trends, but as he watched the videos, he couldn't help but stare at the sheer power and precision of her leg muscles. She's really crushing people with her thighs. Like literally. His voice was flat, unimpressed, until the part where Izumi had casually executed her infamous thigh suplex in the arena. He blinked twice. Tamura, under his breath, those thighs are too strong. Were those metal? Reinforced. He stared at his phone, shaking his head. Why the hell is this making me feel weak? He slouched deeper into his seat, feeling a strange jealousy he couldn't quite shake. Kurojiri, appearing in his usual calm manner. As expected, Tamura, people are captivated by Ms. Usagiyama's thighs. It appears that we may have underestimated the amount of influence her physical presence holds over the public. Tamura just growled in response, feeling somehow even more threatened by the internet's fascination with Izumi's thighs than he was by the power of her quirk. Dabi, smirking thigh suplex. Man, I wish I had thighs like that. Those are some DMN strong legs. You think she could use those on the heroes? I mean, I'd pay to see her crush a few skulls like that. His smirk turned into a grin as he imagined a few opportunities for Izumi to demonstrate her unique abilities in the field. He liked the idea of her crushing heroes under the weight of her strength, literally. Toga, giggling, ugh, I love how strong she is. Look at those thighs, you guys. I wish my thighs were that cool. Toga practically jumped up from her seat in excitement, clapping her hands together. She could totally crush me with those. She blushed at the thought. Twice, laughing hysterically, dude. I can't. I tried the workout. I couldn't walk for 3 days. Twice started holding his stomach, still laughing from his failed attempt at the wall squat. Extended thigh challenge. Who does that? Who even does that? He doubled over, giggling so hard that he nearly lost his balance. My legs were never the same after that. I couldn't even lift a cup of tea. It was like Izumi's thighs soul-crushed me from a distance. Shigaraki, finally snapping out of his daze, growled, "This isn't funny. That workout isn't some dumb joke. If I ever meet her, she might try and suplex me with those thighs, and then what would I do?" Kurogiri, Tamura, I highly recommend we steer clear of Ms. Usagiyama's physical prowess for both our safety and dignity. Kindo Rappa from the Shai Hasaikai responds. Meanwhile, across the city, Kindo Rappa, a member of the Shai Hasaikai, had also caught wind of the viral craze. With his own insane physical power, Rappa wasn't one to shy away from a challenge. But when he saw Izumi's thigh suplex for the first time, he found himself utterly entranced. Rappa, having been known for his boisterous personality and massive biceps, sat in his living room, scrolling through his phone with a can of soda in his hand, his eyes widening as he saw the post from Izumi. Kindo Rappa, nodding slowly, "This girl's got some serious legs, I gotta admit." His eyes locked onto the screen as Izumi casually performed the thigh suplex on Bakugo during the tournament. He took a swig of his soda and shook his head. Can you imagine the strength in those thighs? DMN, that's some serious muscle. She'd be a beast in the ring. Rappa leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers against his soda can, clearly impressed. But wait. She does it like this. Just one move. I gotta see if my legs could hold up like that in battle, but DMN, I don't think even I could out-thigh this one. He paused, staring at the phone, brows furrowed. Okay, fine. Maybe I wouldn't mind teaming up with her for a little Thyodo double act. We could dominate in the ring, no question. A thought crossed his mind, and a grin spread across his face. Kindo Rappa, texting on his phone, "Yo, Izumi Usagiyama, you ever thought about a collab? You know, with your mighty thighs and my insane strength. I think we could break the internet together. Get back to me. I'm just saying." He sent the message with a cheeky grin and leaned back, satisfied with himself. His reputation in the criminal world had already made waves, but teaming up with a force like Izumi, that would take things to next level. Back in the League of Villains lair, the response from Kindo Rappa had already reached the misunderstood villain, Shigaraki. And to no one's surprise, it didn't exactly sit well with him. Tamura Shigaraki, growling that BSDRD he wants to collaborate with her. Kurogiri sighed heavily and tried to remain calm, but the atmosphere around them was tense. Kurogiri, maybe it's best to ignore this. We have bigger problems to deal with. Shigaraki's eyes glinted with a mix of anger and exasperation. Shigaraki, fine, but if she starts teaming up with anyone, we'll have another problem on our hands. The aftermath of the Thyodo, as more and more villains reacted to Izumi's viral workout, it was clear that she was gaining quite a bit of notoriety. For the League of Villains and other criminal organizations, Izumi was becoming a larger-than-life figure, someone they couldn't ignore, especially now that Kindo Rappa, a former Yakuza powerhouse, had thrown his hat into the ring. With the heroes and villains alike watching, the Thyodo continued to evolve, whether for admiration, jealousy, or the sheer longing to try to defeat her. Izumi's thighs were now a symbol of power and pain. Izumi's final thoughts as she scrolls through the chaos. I guess this means I'm officially famous now, all thanks to my thighs. Maybe it's time to start oiling lessons. The day of the practical exam had arrived, and it was an event unlike any other. The students of Class 1A had been preparing for this moment, their minds sharpened for the most intense test of their abilities yet. What they didn't expect was that this year, the exam would be live-streamed globally, an unprecedented move that would expose their skills and, for some, their personal quirks to the world. Izumi Usagiyama, ever confident, was standing alongside Katsuki Bakugo, her infamous thighs already a-talking. Point across social media platforms. Everyone had seen the Thyodo workout by now. Some tried to emulate it, others mocked it. But none could deny the raw power that came from the Usagiyama family's genes, and now it was time for Izumi to make her mark on this practical exam. What a mess, Katsuki muttered under his breath as he adjusted his gloves, his fiery gaze locking onto Izumi. You better not embarrass me, Usagiyama. Izumi flashed him a smile that could only be described as wicked. Oh, don't worry, Bakugo. I'm just here for fun. Besides, I'll make sure All Might gets a good view of what my thighs can do. She flexed her leg slightly, the muscle rippling in anticipation. For shits and giggles, huh? Katsuki grumbled, his fist clenching. You better not make me look bad. As they stood in the middle of the training ground, a large screen hung above them, showing the world-famous hero All Might, who had just taken his position. His heroic stance radiated confidence, but the crowd watching from every corner of the globe had one burning question on their minds. Would Izumi's legendary thighs be enough to bring down All Might, even if only for a few seconds? The countdown for the exam began. 10, 9, 8. Izumi casually stretched, letting out a loud, satisfied yawn as her thighs were already flexing from the anticipation. A few quick glances at Katsuki told her that he was already strategizing his next move, but she knew that today was her day to steal the show. 765. The eyes of over 100 million viewers were trained on the screen, waiting for this ultimate showdown. They had seen Izumi's skills in the UA Sports Festival, but this was a practical exam, and they all knew who her opponent was. The number one hero, All Might. 4, 3, 2. The loud beep rang through the arena, and the fight began. Round 1, the first thigh suplex. All Might wasted no time, charging toward Izumi with the force of a freight train. His fists, propelled by decades of experience and power, swung toward her. But Izumi was faster. With a leap that could only be described as unnatural, Izumi dodged the punch by a hair's breadth. Her legs, a blur of muscle and speed, shot out, and she wrapped one around All Might's midsection. Without hesitation, she pulled him in her infamous thigh suplex, the entire arena shaking with the sheer power of her muscles. The audience collectively gasped, with 100 million people watching as All Might was launched into the ground. He grunted as the impact sent shockwaves through the arena, but his smile remained as wide as ever. That's more like it, Usagiyama. The audience roared with laughter, already getting a taste of what this fight would entail. But Izumi wasn't finished. Round 2. The cat-and-mouse game. Izumi leapt back, her thighs flexing with every movement as she prepared for the next round. All Might got to his feet in an instant, brushing the dust. The fight was just beginning, and despite the thigh suplex that had already sent him flying, he wasn't going to let Izumi win so easily. That was impressive, All Might said with a laugh, his voice deep and booming. But you're going to have to do more than that to stop me. Izumi grinned widely, her eyes glowing with excitement. Oh, don't worry. I've got plenty more where that came from. In a blink, Izumi darted toward All Might, her legs moving like pistons. But this time, All Might was ready. He blocked her incoming strike and launched a powerful punch toward her. With an agile twist, Izumi evaded, sliding under his legs and slamming her knee into the back of his calf, sending him stumbling. But before she could capitalize on her advantage, All Might spun around, delivering a quick counterstrike. Izumi's reflexes were fast, but not fast enough. The battle was escalating, and Izumi loved every second of it. Round 3. The Thyodo's return as All Might attempted to corner her. Izumi's legs whipped out once again, latching onto his waist for yet another thigh suplex. This time she was determined to get it just right. All Might grunted as Izumi's thighs locked around him, and with a swift move, she hoisted him OU the ground. With a mighty grunt of exertion, Izumi slammed All Might into the dirt once again. The sound of the impact rattled the audience and the live stream. Chat went into a frenzy. The chat was a mix of awe, shock, and pure, unfiltered laughter. She really did it again. Thigh suplex. Thigh suplex. Thigh suplex. Is this real life? All Might lay, stunned for a moment, blinking up at the sky, but his grin never faltered. You're something else. Usagiyama. Round 4 through 17. The Thyodo tornado for the next several rounds. Fight between Izumi and All Might turned into a wild, insane back and forth. Every time All Might thought he had her cornered, Izumi would slip through his defenses, delivering devastating blows that rocked the arena. And with every exchange, she would thigh suplex him again. And again, and again. It was as if she was going through her checklist of suplexing All Might as many times as possible, each one more brutal and perfectly executed than the last. The chat went crazy, the reactions flooding in from all corners of the world. Is she seriously doing the thigh suplex again? This is the best thing I've ever seen in my life. 17 times. Are you serious? By the time the 17th suplex had been executed, even Izumi was beginning to feel a bit tired. She landed lightly on her feet, her breathing slightly heavy but her eyes still gleaming with mischief. All Might, battered and bruised, slowly got up for the 17th time, shaking his head in disbelief. All right, I give up, he said with a smile, dusting himself OU. I think I've had enough of your thighs for one day, Usagiyama. Izumi grinned, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Oh, come on, I was just getting started. The aftermath. The entire arena was silent for a moment, and then the crowd erupted into applause. Izumi's fight with All Might had been nothing short of legendary. It wasn't just the thigh suplexes that had captivated the audience. It was the way she had handled herself throughout the fight, her confidence, her agility, her unmatched power. The livestream chat exploded in real time. Izumi Usagiyama, Thyodo. Queen thigh suplex to All Might. What a legend. 17 times. She's a beast. Izumi smirked, waving to the audience as she walked over to All Might, who was now laying flat on the ground. His arms stretched wide. You did well, All Might. I told you, my thighs are unstoppable. All Might chuckled weakly, his eyes twinkling with pride. I guess you win this round, Usagiyama. But don't get too cocky. I'll be ready next time. Izumi chuckled, winking at him. We'll see about that. Until next time, All Might. And with that, the practical exam had come to a close. Izumi's victory was undeniable. 17 thigh suplexes later, and All Might could do nothing but smile at his defeat. The world watched as Izumi's legend grew, and the world's most famous thighs took center stage once more. As the dust settled from the intense battle between Izumi Usagiyama and All Might, the atmosphere in the arena was electric. Over 100 million viewers had witnessed the most legendary battle in the history of UA's practical exams. Izumi had just suplexed the #1 hero, All Might, 17 times, and the entire world had gone into a frenzy. The students of Class 1A, along with the teachers, were gathered in the stands, eagerly watching the live stream on their phones, grinning from ear to ear. No one had expected this, least of all Izumi herself, who had made the battle look almost too easy. Now, the aftermath was unfolding and reactions were rolling in. Class 1A reactions. Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki was the first to explode after the final suplex. His mouth was agape in disbelief, his eyes wide with the kind of uncontained rage and admiration only he could manage. I can't believe she did it again. He grabbed his head, pacing back and forth, fists clenched. 17 times, DMN-IT. I can't even land a proper hit on him, and she just his teeth ground together in frustration. It was a mix of awe and sheer envy, but one thing was clear: Izumi had made him look like a rookie. Still, he couldn't help but crack a tiny smirk. Whatever, it's not like I need to show you like that to be the best. Izumi just chuckled. Don't worry, Bakugo. You'll get there one day. You're just not as thigh-amazing as I am yet. Achiko Uraraka. Achiko's eyes were sparkling. As she clutched her phone, her face flushed from laughing so hard. Did you see that? 17 suplexes. She turned to Mina Ashido. It was like watching a superpowered wrestler take down a giant. I can't believe she made All Might look like Mina interrupted her. I still wide. A giant baby. Both girls burst into a fit of laughter, with Mina holding her sides. If Izumi ever made it to the pro leagues, she'd be the most popular hero. Forget all those flashy moves, just go for the thigh suplex every time. No villain stand a chance. Todoroki Shodo. Todoroki stood silently, his usual composed demeanor slightly cracked as he watched the replay. He glanced sideways at Izumi, who was standing with her arms crossed, a smug grin plastered on her face. So how did that feel? Izumi leaned over, smirking, like giving All Might a one-way ticket to the ground 17 times. Todoroki's eye twitched. I need to train harder. Teacher's reactions. Shota Aizawa. Eraser head Aizawa sat with his usual deadpan expression, watching the entire thing with half-lidded eyes. The live stream chat was blowing up with comments, and his students were reacting wildly all around him. A sigh escaped his lips as he rubbed his temples. Great, just great. Now I have to hear about this for the next 5 years. He glanced at Principal Nizu, who was grinning widely. So, Nizu, what's the official policy on this kind of thigh-based combat? Nizu's beady eyes sparkled with amusement. Well, Aizawa, it's certainly one way to make an impression. Aizawa's eye twitched. It's going to be a long year. Snipe watched from the stands with his usual grimace. He rubbed the back of his neck and let out a long, slow whistle. Man, I thought I was the best shot around here, but this girl, she doesn't even need a gun. She's got legs for days and knows how to use them. He paused, glancing at ectoplasm. What do you think? Could we use that move on some of the rougher villains out there? Ectoplasm, who had been watching the fight with his usual stoic demeanor, finally cracked a smile. I think we need to build some extra reinforcement for our arenas if we start using that move. The world reacts. It didn't take long for the internet to explode in response to Izumi's victory. Social media was ablaze with memes, reactions, and viral content, all centering around the thigh suplex. Twitter at Thyodo 42. Is it just me, or did Izumi Usagiyama just suplex All Might 17 times? 17 times. I need whatever she's on. Hashtag thigh suplex, hashtag Thyodo, hashtag Usagiyama wins again at Real Hero Fan 90. At All Might is down and out, and Izumi's thighs are the MVP. How does it feel to be defeated by Thunder Thighs? Hashtag thigh power, hashtag Izumi for president at Pro Hero Kaken. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm jealous of her thighs. Hashtag respect, hashtag Izumi is a freak of nature. YouTube. Title, Izumi Usagiyama's legendary thigh suplexes on All Might. Full fight replay. The video was already trending, with nearly 20 million views in the first hour. Comments flooded in. This girl is an absolute monster. I can't believe how many times she took down All Might with just her legs. That's insane. The Thyodo is real. I've never seen a move that brutal. All Might didn't stand a chance. Instagram. A meme page titled "At Thigh Suplex Nation" quickly gained millions of followers after posting a clip of Izumi's suplexes with a comically exaggerated caption. When you accidentally get caught in the Thyodo and you can't escape, Izumi herself had posted a picture with a caption reading, 17 thigh suplexes, and All Might still doesn't know what hit him. You're welcome, world. Hashtag Thyodo, hashtag no villain too strong, hashtag Thigh Master. Back at UA. Reactions from villains and the League of Villains. Meanwhile, the League of Villains was having its own reactions to the internet storm caused by Izumi's victory. Tamura Shigaraki, Tamura, lounged back in his chair, staring at his phone in utter disbelief. He was scrolling through the millions of comments about the fight. What the hell, 17 suplexes? How is that even physically possible? He looked at Kurogiri, who was quietly sipping his tea. Can we recruit her? She'd be useful for, villain still. Kurogiri blinked behind his glasses. I'm afraid she's more hero material than villain. But I agree, her strength is something to behold. Dabi scrolled through his feed with a smirk. I don't know whether to be impressed or terrified. Imagine if she used that move on us. We'd all be in the ground. He sent a quick message to Toga, who responded immediately. Toga, I'm definitely interested in what those thighs can do. Just think, of all the BLD I could get if she squashed some of those heroes. Kindo Rappa shy. Hasaikai over the shy Hasaikai's base. Kindo Rappa was also scrolling through his phone, eyes widening as he watched Izumi's suplexes on repeat. I thought my punches packed. A punch, but DM in. She could knock me out with just a leg squeeze. I gotta give me one of those Thyodo shirts. He tossed his phone aside, a grin spreading across his face. Maybe I'll try that move in my next fight. Principal Nizu's reaction as the day came to a close. Principal Nizu walked into the stow room with a slightly mischievous look on his face. He was still chuckling to himself about the Thyodo tornado. Well, I must say, this year's practical exam has certainly become an event to remember, he said, glancing at the teachers. Izumi's performance was impressive. We've never had such a viral sensation before. Maybe I should consider oyuring some marketing opportunities for the students. Aizawa's tired voice echoed from across the room. Please, for the love of all things holy, don't encourage her. Nizu simply grinned and walked out, his tail swishing behind him as he chuckled under his breath. The next morning, the air at UA high school was electric, not with tension, but with excitement. After the legendary suplexing of All Might, most of the students had only just recovered from their endless laughter and viral media fame. But today was something different, something normal. Finally, Class 1A was heading out to the Kiyoshi Ward Mall to pick up gear and supplies for their upcoming summer training camp. A field trip, no training, no combat, no villains, just shopping. Perfect. The morning briefing homeroom had barely started when Aizawa strolled in with his ever-present sleeping bag under one arm and a thermos in the other. He looked like he'd rather be anywhere else, but he spoke up with just enough energy to get the job done. Training camp is coming up. You'll need clothes, gear, and anything else you want to take. We've arranged transport to Kiyoshi Ward Mall. You'll be in groups of 5. Don't start fires. Don't cause explosions. And don't, he paused, glancing directly at Kaminari and Mina, try to ride the mall fountain like it's a water slide again. It was one time, Kaminari whined. It was on the news, Aizawa deadpanned. Bus ride shenanigans. The bus ride was loud and chaotic and full of memes. Minetta was foaming at the mouth with excitement. A mall full of fashionable girls. My time has come. Ciro flicked him in the forehead with tape. You're not even allowed near the lingerie section. Can we not be creepy for like 10 seconds? Jiru sighed, adjusting her headphones. Meanwhile, Izumi sat near the back of the bus, arms folded across her chest, sunglasses on. Her usual confident smirk was replaced with one of boredom. Kirishima, sitting beside her, leaned over and grinned. Yo, Thyodo queen, you gonna suplex some mannequins today too? I might, Izumi said lazily. If they try anything funny. Mannequins. Beware, whispered Tokumi, solemnly. The queen approaches. Arrival at Kiyoshi Ward Mall. The bus rolled to a stop, and Class 1A spilled out onto the steps of the massive, multi-story shopping center. It was bright. It was clean. It was packed. Hundreds of civilians were milling around, doing their shopping, oblivious to the fact that several of Japan's most promising young heroes had just entered the premises. All right, teams of 5. Ida barked like a general. Regroup in 3 hours. Be punctual. If you see Minetta in the women's section, call security. I said I'm reformed. Minetta wailed as Tsuyu dragged him toward the convenience store. Team A, Izumi, Kirishima, Kaminari, Mina, and Momo all right. Mina chirped. First stop, gear. And snacks. We're not mixing snacks and gear, Momo frowned. We'll get disorganized. Izumi sighed. Just let her have this, Yayorozu. It's Mina. Mina turned to Kaminari. You've got the shopping list, right? Kaminari froze. Wait, I had the list. Izumi and Momo groaned in unison. Kirishima laughed. We'll figure it out. Let's split. Mina and Kaminari can get sleeping bags. Momo and I can handle cooking tools. Izumi, go find something terrifying. That seems to be your vibe. Izumi cracked her neck. Oh good. I was just thinking this mall needed more terror. Izumi's side quest, tactical stores and leather jackets. Izumi wandered OU into a high-end tactical and outdoor gear store filled with survival kits, climbing gear, and enough knives to make the League of Villains nervous. The store clerk stared at her massive frame, coiled muscles, and the way her arms stretched the sleeves of her CRP jacket. Are you looking for camping gear or a battlefield? Why not both? Izumi said with a smirk, grabbing a bear trap, a folding machete, and a pack of military-grade protein bars. She tried on a black leather jacket and looked at herself in the mirror. Yup, definitely villain-coded. Would you like to open a store credit card? The clerk, hopefully. Izumi stared. Do I look like someone who believes in interest rates? Team B, Jairu, Tokoyami, Shoji, Tsu, and Ida. Their trip was a much calmer air. Jairu browsed through headphones and speakers while Tsu tested water-resistant gear. Shoji carried 5 bags at once without complaint. Tokoyami brooded silently in the candle aisle. Ida, Jairu said, why are you holding 3 different types of sunglasses? I must adapt to every lighting condition. What if we train in a cave or under UV lights? I will be ready. Tokoyami placed a skull-shaped incense burner into their cart without saying a word. I support this, Jairu said, nodding. Team C, Uraraka, Todoroki, Sato, Aoyama, and Minetta. Ochako was buzzing with excitement over discounts. They have A2 for 1 on toothbrushes. She squealed, zipping through the aisles like a missile. Todoroki followed her, silently, arms full of toothpaste. I don't know how many we need, so I got 12, he said, blandly. Minetta tried to sneak OU to the wrong section, only for Sato to drag him back by the collar like a misbehaving puppy. No panties. Buy socks and survive. Aoyama spent 20 minutes posing in front of a mirror wearing a sequin camping vest. Gee, Elidor, he cried. I shall dazzle the bears. Don't dazzle the bears, Sato said flatly. 3 hours later, the food court, all teams reconvened at the massive food court, carrying way too many bags. Izumi returned with tactical gear and a box labeled Bear Repellent 5000. Momo gave her a long, judgmental stare. Do you actually think there will be bears? If there are, I'm ready to suplex them, Izumi said. Mina laughed so hard she nearly dropped her curry udon. Aoyama sparkled as he dramatically presented his solar-powered electric hot plate. Truly, I am a genius of cuisine and fashion. Todoroki, still holding the 12-pack of toothpaste, looked confused. Did I over-prepare? Let's just say we'll have the freshest teeth at camp. Uraraka giggled. Closing. Chaos as the group waited for the bus. The sound of a loud thud echoed from inside the mall. Everyone turned, only to see Izumi suplexing a life-size mannequin in the middle of the mall. Plaza. IT called me a lady in a tone I didn't like, she explained. The mall manager sighed. I've had worse. As the sun dipped below the skyline, the students piled back onto the bus, exhausted but happy. Gear acquired. Bonds strengthened. Reputation still viral. Suplex count +1 mannequin. The bus ride back to U. A dorms was mostly peaceful. Mostly, students chatted about their purchases, passed around snacks, and teased each other over the sheer volume of unnecessary items they brought back. Todoroki had acquired 14 kinds of toothpaste by the end. Aoyama refused to sit unless his solar-powered hot plate was in the seat beside him like a tiny culinary companion. And Izumi. She was silent. Too silent. Back at Heights Alliance dorms the sun had set by the time Class 1A stumbled back into their dorms. Arms full of bags and stomachs full of fast food. Shoes were kicked OU, jackets thrown over. Chairs and sighs of exhaustion filled the air. Finally, Kaminari groaned, collapsing onto the couch like a dead fish. I'm gonna sleep for 12 hours. No, you're not, Momo said. Training camp starts in 2 days. We need to prep our gear. You're not my mom. I can be. Meanwhile, in the dorm kitchen, Izumi stood in front of the counter, silently pouring scoop after scoop of PRE Rec, nuclear lemon god flavor, into a blender bottle. The label clearly read, warning, 1 scoop per day. May cause vibration, flight, or spontaneous yodeling. She hit 15. 15. The awakening, Izumi. Kirishima asked, peeking around the corner. What ya doing? Izumi turned slowly, her pupils dilated like she'd just seen God, and challenged him to an arm wrestling match. I'm about to fight a concept, Kirishima. She whispered. What concept? Time. She downed the entire bottle of shimmering, radioactive pre-workout in one go. There was a pause. Then, a subtle but distinct vibration filled the air. Her fingers twitched. Her muscles flexed. Her soul screamed. And then, boom. H. Izumi shot out of the kitchen like a rocket, ran straight up the side of the staircase, and started doing parkour backflips, OU the ceiling. What the hell? Jaira ducked as Izumi yo'd OU a chandelier. She's vibrating like a chainsaw. Kaminari cried. Someone get a net. She took 15 scoops. Kirishima yelled. 15. That's more than Koine. Sato gasped. That's war crime territory. The fridge incident then happened. Mid-backflip, Izumi stopped in the air. Stopped, like time itself bowed to her insanity. She hovered, turned her head toward the kitchen fridge, and narrowed her eyes. She hissed. Everyone froze. What? Mina whispered. She's staring at the fridge. She's staring into the fridge, said Shoji gravely. The fridge did not respond. Of course it didn't. It was a fridge. But Izumi saw something. A vibe. A microaggression. A look. Did you just look at me funny, fridge? She whispered, voice trembling with fury and lemon-flavored power. The fridge remained inanimate. It had no idea it had been targeted by a superhuman juggernaut with the BLD of war in her veins, and enough stimulant in her system to kill a whale. I said, she shouted, legs coiling like coiled springs. Don't look at me like that. And with a cry of rage only heard in ancient battlefield war chants, Izumi drop-kicked the fridge with the force of a godless freight train. Boom! The fridge shattered across the room, launched like a missile, imploding into the wall, and sending lettuce, half a ham, and a jar of pickles flying into the ceiling vent. Aftermath. Everyone stared in horror, or awe, or both. She killed the fridge, Urarako whispered, eyes wide. She obliterated the fridge, said Momo. I designed that fridge. She vibrated the ham. Tokoimi murmured. It is now spectral. Izumi, now vibrating hard enough to be considered a particle phenomenon, stood in the rubble, covered in fridge bits and cold cuts. I win, she snarled. No one looks at me funny. Not even food storage. Emergency dorm meeting 10 minutes later, the dorm common room was filled with the entire class, minus Izumi, who was currently doing laps up the walls of the laundry room while screaming about how she could see gravity. Aizawa had been called in. He stood in the center of the carnage, staring at the hole in the wall and the bent refrigerator remains. There was a long pause. What happened, he asked flatly. She took 15 scoops of pre-workout, Ciro said, still pale. and then drop-kicked the fridge because it looked at her funny, Jairu added. She's now in 12 dimensions. Said Kaminari. I think she just phased through my bed. You let her do this? I didn't let her. She did it. I need a raise, Aizawa muttered, pulling out his phone. I'm calling Recovery Girl. And probably Nizu. And maybe a priest. Epilogue. 2 a.m. in the dead of night. Izumi sat on the roof, finally coming down from her high. Kirishima joined her, a blanket over his shoulders. You. Good now. Izumi stared at the moon. Yeah, the pre-workout demon has been banished. I have achieved stillness. You suplexed the stove an hour ago. It was plotting things. Fair. The bus ride to the summer training camp was, in theory, supposed to be a relaxing, scenic journey. In practice, it was a moving prison filled with sweat, snacks, and emotional trauma. Packed tightly into 2 buses like underpaid sardines, Class 1A was on their way to a mysterious location meant to help them push past their limits. Most of them were excited. Some were anxious. Izumi Usagiyama, meanwhile, was sitting perfectly still in her seat, hood pulled low, giant headphones blasting the Doom Eternal soundtrack, a 5-gallon jug of water beside her, and a bandolier of protein bars strapped across her chest like a snack-themed Rambo. She hadn't blinked in 20 minutes. Mina leaned toward Kaminari. Is she okay? She's just prepping, Kaminari whispered. For what? Kirishima, seated behind them, looked out the window at the passing mountains. War. Arriving at the Klyu eventually, the buses stopped, at a scenic overlook that felt oddly peaceful. Too peaceful. All right, everyone owe you the bus. Aizawa grumbled. Stretch your legs. The students poured out, greeted by a sudden drop-in. Elevation that had no business being that dramatic. In front of them was a sheer Klyu leading, down to a dense forest stretching for miles. Welcome to your training camp, said Pixie Bob, with a cheerful grin appearing beside Mandalay and the other wild pussycats. You have to reach the lodge, through the forest, alone. Good luck. And with that, she stomped the earth. A massive wall of stone erupted behind them, sealing the road. Gasps and screams followed. You didn't say we'd be thrown into the wilderness. Minetta shrieked. That was the point. Mandalay said brightly. A few students were freaking out. A few were strategizing. And then there was Izumi, who, instead of waiting for Pixie Bob to blast her OU the Klyu like the others, just leapt OU. With a casual stretch, she walked to the edge, cracked her neck, muttered, Yeet is for cowards, and launched herself into the void. She landed with a thunderous quake, somewhere far below, scaring OU 3 bears and flattening a boulder. Kirishima, did she just Superman jump into the forest? Kaminari, yeah, she did. Uraraka, I didn't even hear a scream. The forest gauntlet hours passed. For most of Class 1A, it was pure chaos. Monsters conjured by the pussycats attacked from every angle. Vines tried to strangle people. Mud puddles swallowed shoes. Tokoyami's dark shadow was screaming at mushrooms. Mina slipped face first into a mud pit. Kaminari tried to flirt with a tree. It slapped him. Minetta tried to hide behind Ida and was punted 20 feet for his cowardice. They fought. They screamed. They bled. It was a grueling 6-hour march through heat, insects, and eldritch root horrors. And when they finally emerged at the lodge, covered in twigs and shame, Izumi was already there, sitting on a lawn chair, sipping a smoothie, playing Uno with Koda. Took you long enough, she said without looking up. Koda laid down a draw for. Eat it. Izumi blinked. You've grown. Strong, child. Behind them, a literal mountain had been cleaved in half. No one asked why. They just accepted it as a natural consequence of her existing. Dormitory reactions later. That night, the class limped into the hot springs and the boys' dorm common room. Todoroki, why was she already there? Yairozu, how did she beat monsters? Kirishima, no, the real question is, how'd she make a smoothie? From across the room, Ciro opened the mini-fridge. It was restocked. The fridge inside was labeled, Do not challenge. Koda's perspective earlier that day, Koda, brooding atop the Clio by the lodge, was deep in his usual disdain for heroes. Then, without warning, a human missile landed 5 feet from him, cratering the ground. He looked up in pure horror. "Sup," Izumi said. He blinked. "You're not normal." "Thanks. You got Uno." And thus began an unlikely friendship built on silent understanding and the ancient language of card games and protein shakes. Koda had never smiled more in his life. The sun rose lazily over the forest training camp, casting golden rays across the dense tree line, and reflecting the distant glint of a metal cooler that had been suplexed into a crater hours earlier. Most of Class 1 stumbled out of their cabins in various stages of sleep deprivation, soreness, and regret. They had spent the better part of the previous night crawling to the training site, battered, bruised, and emotionally destroyed by the forest of death. Meanwhile, Izumi Usagiyama, gloriously untouched and glowing with post-workout energy, was already wide awake, doing one-handed handstand push-ups on a log. Her legs scissored in the air, rhythmically like helicopter blades, generating enough wind to rule the trees. She had finished her warm-up an hour ago, standing across the camp's main clearing, with a wild pussycats, Mandalay, Pixie Bob, Ragdoll, and Tiger, each brimming with energy and ready to put the students through the ringer. Or so they thought. Mandalay clapped her hands. "All right, students, time to begin your real training." A collective groan spread through the class. Denki let out a quiet "I want to die," while Minetta wept softly into his sleeves. Even Bakugo looked slightly less murdery and more tired murdery. Pixie Bob threw in a dramatic pose. "Your bodies will be broken and reborn anew in the fires of exhaustion." Izumi tilted her head curiously. "Oh, cool. Is this the warm-up?" Mandalay blinked. "That was meant to be the actual training." "Oh," Izumi said, thoughtful. "Already did 3 circuits of leg day, a thigh blaster set, deadlifted a bear, and then ran a vertical mile while dragging a weighted sled with Minetta tied to it." 4. Motivation. Minetta gave a thumbs up from where he lay twitching under a tree. The pussycats paused. Tiger stepped forward, arms crossed, raising an eyebrow. "What does your regular training look like?" Izumi pulled out a comically long scroll of her personal workout regime. It unfurled like a red carpet across the ground, then out into the woods, through a creek and Clio. Examples from Izumi's daily routine. For 30 a.m., wake up. Scream at the sunrise. 4. Motivation. 5 a.m., 2,000 squats while bench pressing boulders. 6 a.m., sprint up and down the mountains with 300 PND resistance bands strapped to her thighs. 7 a.m., suplex a tree, then another, then a bear, then herself, using mirrors for confusion. 8 a.m., leg press a pickup, truck with students cheering her on. Pixie Bob stared. This isn't training. This is a declaration of war on physics." Tiger read the list. She leg pressed what? Meanwhile, Ragdoll was checking security footage, where Izumi had been caught early that morning suplexing a mountain goat for trying to eat her protein bar. The goat now followed her around like a devoted disciple, wearing a headband labeled Thyodo Tier 1. In the background, other students were being sorted into teams for basic exercises. Mandalay, now slightly overwhelmed, turned to Aizawa, who had emerged from his sleeping bag like a cryptid. "What exactly are we supposed to do with her?" Aizawa sipped his juice box slowly. "Honestly, just stay out of her way." Back on the training field, Izumi had gotten bored and started creating her own obstacle course. She tied trees together, created a pull-up station made from uprooted trunks, and balanced Pixie Bob's road vehicle on her shoulders while doing calf raises. Tenya Ida jogged up and saluted. "Usagiyama-san, are you following protocol?" Izumi responded by casually. tossing the OU road vehicle into a parking spot from 50 meters away, then nodded. Yup, totally warming up. Bakugo, from the other side of the field, glared at her while chugging water. DMN show. Mina leaned over to Jairu. At this point, I think Izumi's muscles have muscles. Yeah, Jairu replied, watching her do backflips while balancing a dumbbell between her knees. And I think those muscles pay taxes. Siro was filming, muttering, this is content. Gold tier. Thigh content. Meanwhile, the internet was once again exploding. Hashtag Thyodo training. Hashtag wild pussycats get flattened. Hashtag Izumi X Mountain Goat. Hashtag legs of the apocalypse. Even All Might. Watching from a discreet monitor back at you, gave a weak chuckle. Plus Ultra and Plus Quads. By mid-afternoon, the wild pussycats had completely overhauled their training. Scheduled for Class 1A, deciding to just let Izumi handle her own advanced program, while they focused on the rest of the class, many of whom were now half buried in dirt after attempting only half of what Izumi called a light jog. At one point, Tiger dared to spar with her. Tiger lasted 6 minutes. Ragdoll declared the crater a new national monument. The final moment of the day came when Mandalay asked Izumi to demonstrate her squat form for the students. She agreed, stepped up to the makeshift platform, and squatted with Tiger, Pixie Bob, and a small tree strapped to her shoulders. The sound wave cracked several windows. Bakugo, I hate this. School. Denki, my legs are crying. Sato, this is why I bake. It's safe. As the sun set over the camp, Izumi sat with Koda on a rock, playing Uno again with a protein shake in one hand and a boulder benching her. Koda, for the first time, asked for a high five. Izumi grinned and returned it gently. Somewhere, the wind carried the words, Thyodo intensifies. The morning of day 2 began with the haunting sounds of nature, a light breeze rustling through the forest, birds chirping in the distance, and the subtle tremor of the earth being thunderously destroyed by an Izumi Usagiyama warm-up set. At precisely 4 a.m., Izumi was already wide awake, dressed in a sleeveless compression top and training shorts that revealed the true horror of human anatomy. Thighs so defined they cast their own shadows. She was halfway through her daily 15-mile bear carry sprint, using a large, confused black bear named Daisuke as her workout buddy. Daisuke had stopped resisting around lap 3 and now carried a protein shaker at his mouth, panting loyally behind his shredded queen. Meanwhile, the rest of Class 1A was very much not awake. In Cabin A, the sound of Aoyama screaming from a leg cramp echoed like a banshee's wail. Mon Dieu, my calves, they are in revolt. Minetta rolled OU's bed, still mumbling, please, just let it be a dream. No more Izumi workouts. The fridge never deserved that. Bakugo's alarm exploded with a bang. He snarled, kicked it out the window, and snarled again. Die alarm. Die twice. Izumi was outside, casually doing pistol squats on a wobble board, made from a flattened villain truck, with Daisuke, who now wore a headband that read, Thigh, Disciple. 6 a.m. Morning briefing. The wild pussycats gathered the students in front of the camp's main clearing. Tiger clapped his hands together, full of terrifying energy. All right, brats. Day 2 is where the real hell begins. Everyone turned to Izumi, who was stretching against a tree that looked like it was going to splinter from her sheer presence. Her leg was above her head, almost touching her back, and somehow the tree trunk was bent away from her. I thought we started hell yesterday, Kirishima muttered. Yesterday was warm-up hell, said Aizawa, sipping kuei from a thermos that read, emotionally done. Today is actual hell. Good, Izumi said, smiling. I was bored. 6:30 a.m. Individual Quirk training the class was split into stations. Bakugo was placed at an explosion control area, detonating boulders. Under strict regulation, he was loving it, until Izumi casually wandered over, flexed her thighs, and caused actual tremors in the ground, destabilizing his target range. Demon it, thunder. Thighs, he shouted. I sneezed, Izumi replied innocently, deadlifting a jeep in the background. Midoriya wasn't there, so Izumi was, paired with Ida and Shoji for agility drills. The three were told to race across the ravine and return in under 2 minutes. Izumi finished in 7 seconds. On her hands, backwards, Ida collapsed halfway through, panting like a dying gazelle. Shoji wheezed. How did she even? Meanwhile, Ragdoll was watching Izumi's heartbeat monitor spike like a dubstep drop every 15 seconds, even at rest. Her heart rate is an anime opening. 7:30 a.m. Group exercise. The boulder push. The students were instructed to push massive boulders up the mountain path using their quirks, strength, or teamwork. Izumi hoisted 3 boulders, 1 on each thigh and 1 on her back, and jogged up the mountain. While singing Eye of the Tiger, the boulders cried. Kirishima was inspired. Manly thighs, bro. Manly thighs. Meanwhile, Todoroki stood next to his boulder, slowly heating it to lava so it will be lighter. Denki attempted to use electricity to launch his, only to electrocute himself and pass out. Jiru, Denki's dead again. Tokoyami, truly a tragic end. Again. 10 a.m. Waterfall training. The class was instructed to sit under a freezing waterfall to build mental fortitude. Izumi was told to meditate under it. She suplexed the waterfall, then sat in the crater, where it used to be, with the river now split around her like Moses had thigh-parted it. Tiger gave up halfway through the session and started writing a resignation letter titled, Why Thighs Should Not Be Gods. 12 p.m. Lunch. Mandalay brought in pre-packed, high-protein meals for the students. Izumi had already prepared her own lunch, a 12,000-calorie meal consisting of chicken, rice, protein pancakes, egg whites, avocado, a small boulder for fiber, and 3 protein shakes. She owed a shake to Koda, who took it warily and instantly vibrated into the shadow realm. Koda, eyes wide. I can see through time. Mina stared at Izumi's tray. Are you eating creatine-infused protein sushi? Izumi nodded, mouth full. Yesh. Want shum? Minetta tried to sneak one of her shakes and dislocated his shoulder, just picking it up. 1 p.m. Quirk Endurance Trials. Tiger assigned each student a test designed to push their quirk to its limits. Zero had to swing on tape through trees. Kaminari had to hold an electric current for 5 minutes. Jiru had to maintain her sonic blast continuously. Izumi's trial. Suplex the earth. Mandalay blinked. Wait, who wrote this on the trial sheet? Ragdoll sheepishly raised her hand. It was a dare. Izumi cracked her knuckles. Let's go. Somehow, she created a shockwave that temporarily tilted the tectonic plate by 0.5 millimeter. NASA called. They were concerned. Pixie Bob fainted. 4 p.m. Recovery and reflection while other students napped or wrote in journals. Izumi led Koda through a series of child-friendly stretches called Mini Thyodo Jr. It consisted of hop squats, bear crawls, and protein gummy bear consumption. Koda was glowing with energy. Ragdoll observed from afar. Is she creating a tiny version of herself? Aizawa groaned. God help us. 7 p.m. Dinner and debrief at the mess hall. Students quietly ate their dinner, too tired to speak. A screen displayed highlights of the day's training. Nearly all the footage was of Izumi. Izumi flipping boulders. Izumi sprinting past Todoroki's ice wall. Izumi accidentally flexing and causing a small landslide. There was an awkward silence. Then Tokoyami quietly muttered, She is no longer mortal. She is the storm, made flesh. Bakugo stood up, slapped his tray down, and yelled, She suplexed the waterfall. Who does that? Izumi smiled politely. You could too if you believed in leg day. The table went silent again. From the forest, Daisuke the bear let out a loyal roar. Internet comments that night. Izumi Usagiyama just did a squat so powerful, my legs cramped. Watching it. Is it true she made the pussycats cry from a warm-up? NASA confirmed her. Suplex might have caused a 0.01 magnitude tremor in Hokkaido. My thighs started hurting just typing this. And with that, day 2 ended, not with rest, but with a single thought, reverberating through every student's mind. Will my legs ever work again? After a brutal second day of training, where thigh-based seismic activity was ooishly logged by Japan's Geological Institute, the wild pussycats finally gave the exhausted students some mercy. Tonight, you get a break, Mandalay announced with a smile. There's a hot spring behind the Clias. Boys and girls are separated, of course. The declaration was met with a collective cheer. So weak, it resembled the groans of the recently deceased. Class 1A was on their last legs. Literally. Kaminari had to crawl. Todoroki just stared blankly into the middle distance. And Kirishima attempted to flex, but only managed to raise one arm halfway before collapsing. However, one person still had the energy of a coronated hurricane. Izumi Usagiyama. Still, radiating post-training protein heat, she was glowing faintly like a sweaty Greek goddess, molded by creatine and divine rage. Her thighs shimmered like war-forged hams. The hot springs would soon learn what it meant to be truly steamed. The girl side of the springs, were appealing. Natural rock formations, crystal-clear waters, warm steam curling up into the twilight sky, and a gentle trickle from a nearby waterfall that was still recovering from the suplex incident. Ajui, Jeru, Ozu, Hagakure, Mina, and Ochako entered the spring first, sighing in perfect harmony as the hot water soothed their overworked muscles. This is heaven, Ochako mumbled, slumping against a rock. Honestly, Gyro added, I think my eardrums pulled a muscle. I didn't even know that was possible. Then came thunder. The steam shifted. The rocks vibrated. The very water seemed to ripple in reverent anticipation. Izumi stepped into the spring, naked, save for a towel wrapped around her torso and one on her head. Izumi entered, like a mythological beast returning to the realm of mortals. Every muscle on her body twitched. With suppressed power, her quads looked weaponized. Her calves sang the song of war. The girls all stared. Even Hagakure, invisible as she was, could be felt going utterly silent. Is it legal to look that shredded? Mina whispered. I think I saw abs on her knees, said Ajui. Ochako just dunked herself under the water to hide the existential crisis overtaking her. Izumi lowered herself into the spring with the grace of a seasoned warrior. Steam clung to her form like armor. Water fled from her presence. She exhaled slowly, like a volcano about to nap. I like this place, she said simply. Do you ever get tired? Gyro asked, hoping for solidarity. No, Izumi answered. Oh, Gyro said, defeated. Meanwhile, on the other side of the spring wall, the boys were relaxing on their side of the spring. Bakugo had claimed a rock in the corner and threatened to murder anyone who tried to splash him. Todoroki floated like a dead fish, wondering if warmth would ever return to his soul. Kirishima was scrubbing his hair with a rock, muttering, manly exfoliation. Minetta, however, had plans. The lecherous grape gremlin stared up at the towering walls separating the springs, his nose bleeding just thinking about what was on the other side. Oh boy, this is it, he whispered to himself. The legendary hot spring peak. This is what training was all for. Ciro narrowed his eyes. You trying to peek again? Don't judge me, Minetta said, already stacking buckets. My soul needs this. You don't understand the sacred art. Pretty sure that's called SXL HRS Cementi. Kaminari chimed in, lazily floating. It's culture. Back on the girl's side, so Izumi. Mina leaned forward conspiratorially. What's your secret? What made you this strong? Izumi tilted her head. Murdering leg days. Oh, I thought it'd be like a family bloodline secret or an energy drink infused with god particles. No, Izumi said. Just lunges. So many lunges, I entered a trance and saw the protein spirit realm. Proteus spoke. To me. Who's Proteus? Hagakure asked. The muscular spirit of gains. Oh, Azui croaked. From her rock seat. Do you do anything for fun that isn't intense? I play Uno, Izumi said. Aggressively. Suddenly, Mina squinted. Wait, is there a shadow moving above the wall? Minetta's grand mistake with the agility of a particularly disgusting squirrel, Minetta scaled the buckets, slinking along the top of the wall like a rodent stalking sacred treasure. His nose bled, profusely, eyes scanning the mist for any glimpse of. Then he saw her. Izumi, lounging like a Roman gladiator demigod dipped in holy water, abs gleaming beneath the steam. Minetta's brain went blank. His grip failed. Gravity struck. Intruder. It was a splash of betrayal. A screech. A ripple of chaos. And then silence. Minetta rose from the water, eyes bloodshot, hands trembling. I saw the thighs. They're real. They're more than real. Izumi slowly turned to him. Her eyes narrowed. The steam around her curled backward. Mina, whispering no. Minetta, run. Minetta floated backward. W8, I didn't mean it. I swear. This was all, but it was too late. Izumi stood up. Water recoiled. Everyone saw her rise, wrapped in a towel that looked like it feared for its life. Her arms tensed. Her foot came up. Thyodo drop kick. Minetta flew out of the hot spring, over the wall, into the forest, where Daisuke the bear caught him and tossed him again. That night Mandalay scolded the boys. One of you tried to peek. Siro pointed at Kaminari. Kaminari pointed at Tokoyami. Tokoyami just whispered. Darkness guides no perverts. Minetta returned 5 hours later in a towel, bruised, with 2 pine cones embedded in his skull. I've seen the abyss, he whispered, and it squatted me. Later, in the girls' dorm, the girls, now cozy in their pajamas, laughed, recounting Minetta's scream. He looked like he left his soul in the water. Yayorozu giggled. Izumi, brushing her wet hair, just shrugged. He looked at me funny. Ochako blinked. That's the same reason you drop-kicked the fridge. It also looked at me funny. Are you okay? I'm great. And as the moon rose over the mountains, the girls of Class 1A drifted into sleep, sorely amused, and forever aware that the hot spring would never be the same. The third day of training began like the others. A mild earthquake, Izumi bench pressing the supply shed for her warm-up, and the rest of Class 1A groaning their way out of their futons like the living dead. The wild pussycats announced another day of physically annihilating workouts, and everyone but Izumi looked like they'd rather be consumed by a Quirk-induced sinkhole. Then the sky screamed. Smoke, explosions, screams, and the distant, echoing cackle of villains. The League of Villains had arrived. Into the fire, Mandalay's voice boomed through the training camp via mental communication. Attention, all students. This is not a drill. Villains have infiltrated the forest. Follow the evacuation plan. Do not engage. The students scattered like startled birds. But not Izumi. She stood still, surrounded by flickering shadows of burning trees and screams carried by the wind. Her crimson eyes narrowed. Finally, she shot forward like a railgun made of koine and vengeance. Elsewhere, Koda's stood, frozen in fear at the edge of a rock formation behind the camp, trembling as a towering figure approached. The villain was massive. Muscles rippled unnaturally across his body like serpents writhing beneath his skin. Masked and smirking, Muscular loomed over the trembling boy. Yo, you're the brats Mandalay was protecting, right? Huh, I'll squash you like a bug. Koda screamed. Enter Izumi. The red hurricane before Muscular could blink, a sonic boom split the air. Something collided with his side with the force of a meteor. He bounced across the Clio, face like a pinball, gouging trenches into rock. Izumi stood between him and Koda. She didn't speak. She simply cracked her neck. Muscle versus muscle, muscular climb from the rubble. Grinning. Well, DMN, you're not Mandalay. You're that UA kid. With the thighs. Izumi flexed. The temperature rose. Muscular charged. Roaring, muscles bulging in grotesque patterns as he powered toward her. He raised a fist like a wrecking ball, and she caught it. With one hand. Muscular's eyes widened. Then she lifted her leg. Thyodo, suplex. He flew up, then down, and then through the mountain. The forest shakes across the forest, the ground quaked violently. What was that? Kaminari screamed. It felt like a mini quake, shouted. Tokoyami. Or a thigh quake, whispered Jiru, eyes widening. Muscular, round two from the rubble. Muscular laughed maniacally. His muscles bulged again, doubling, tripling, becoming a grotesque, pulsating mass. That's what I'm talking about. He charged again. Trees shattered as he ran. The air shrieked from a force. Izumi exhaled slowly and met him halfway. Roundhouse, thigh strike, elbow, German suplex, dropkick, falcon knee, spinning suplex, vertical suplex, rolling thunder. Each hit echoed like artillery. The trees wept sap. The rocks cracked. The clouds changed direction. Muscular was laughing until the 17th suplex. Izumi grabbed him by the arms, pivoted, and twisted, slamming him into the earth with his suplex. So mighty the ground cratered. A shockwave blew through the woods, flattening everything within a quarter mile. He didn't get up. Aftermath. Koda stared in awe. You saved me. Izumi knelt beside him, brushing dust from her shoulders. No one hurts kids on my watch. A soft rumble echoed behind her. And no one out-thighs me either. Meanwhile, the other students' reports of Izumi's battle were flooding in. A livestream drone, originally set up for training footage, had survived and broadcasted the entire fight. Present mixed voice on the news. And she's done it again. Muscular just got turned into protein powder by UAs. Thigh Kaiser herself. The hero world watched, stunned. And Izumi. She was already sprinting toward the next villain. Because leg day never ends. The sun rose on a battered and burned training camp. Forest trees stood charred, the air still humming with residual energy from yesterday's chaos. Students of Class 1A were bandaged and bruised, gathered under temporary medical tents. The mood was a strange mixture of exhaustion and awe, mostly awe, directed at Izumi Usagiyama, who is currently finishing her 4,000 bodyweight squat, while holding a tree stump overhead like a dumbbell. Kirishima, sipping a protein shake with shaky hands, muttered, I think I saw Muscular's soul leave his body when she thigh-slammed him into the earth. That wasn't a slam, Kaminari said. That was a tectonic event. Meanwhile, the pro heroes and UA faculty stood in a secure mobile operations center, analyzing the situation. Aizawa was silent, arms crossed, while Tsukauchi pointed at a holographic display. Confirmed, but Kugo Katsuki has been taken by the League of Villains. Midnight let out a tired groan, sitting on a reinforced chair. Honestly, I think the villains have a death wish. Niza tapped a few buttons, bringing up surveillance footage. It showed the final moments of the fight. Izumi using Muscular as a barbell for a thigh-powered German suplex before grinding his unconscious body into a crater. Which brings me to our next point, Nizu said with a chirpy tone. Izumi Usagiyama. All eyes turned to her as she jogged past the open tent flap, still holding the stump. Should we get her a license? President Mike asked. A beat of silence passed. Yes, Aizawa said immediately. Later that day, dormitory briefing room, the students were gathered, still in bandages and emotional disarray. Aizawa stood at the front of the room. Listen up. We're not supposed to do this. But desperate times call for desperate measures. We will be retrieving Bakugo. Gasped echoed. Ida stood up. Sensei, I must object. We're students. Surely, this should be left to the pros. Agreed, Aizawa said, which is why only one student will be involved. He turned. Izumi Usagiyama, you're being granted a temporary hero license. Izumi blinked, lowering her 10-gallon water jug. Cool. Can I name my hero alias now? Midnight, appearing beside Aizawa, sighed and tossed her a file. Just read the packet. And no, you can't. Put Thigh Reaper as your official name. Hero HQ, pre-raid briefing room, All Might Gran. Torino, Endeavor, and a few other pro heroes stood in front of strategy board. Izumi sat, casually on a reinforced bench, eating chicken thighs out of a Tupperware container. Gran. Torino squinted at her. You ready, kid? Always, she replied, flexing a leg. The bench squeaked. In protest, All Might cleared his throat. This is a high-risk mission. We don't know what the League is planning, but we know where they are. And we know they have no idea what they're about to deal with, Endeavor muttered. A monitor flashed to a live stream of the League of Villains hideout. Inside, Tamura Shigaraki was pacing. Did you guys see what she did to that muscular freak? Why did we kidnap her friend? We should have oyered her position. Spinner held up a Thyodo shirt. You guys sure we're the villains here? I mean, she's got good branding. She suplexed a man through a mountain. Twice popped up. I'd let her suplex me. Twice. Back at Hero HQ, Izumi licked her fingers and grinned. Let's go get Bakugo. Chapter end. Thyodo Operation Online. The raid was officially underway. Heroes prepped. Gear. Plans were finalized, and somewhere in the mess of strategy and concern, one undeniable truth lingered. The League had made a grave mistake. They picked a fight with Izumi Usagiyama, and her thighs were locked, loaded, and ready to strike again. The morning of the raid was thick with tension. Heroes lined up in silence, clad in their finest gear, focused and ready for battle. The League of Villains had made their move. They had Bakugo, and now they would pay. But leading the charge today wasn't All Might. It wasn't Endeavor. It wasn't even Eraserhead. It was Izumi Usagiyama. Remember, Aizawa said, glancing at Izumi with the same tired yet proud look he'd grown accustomed to wearing lately. We're here to capture, not kill. Izumi, stretching her leg behind her head, effortlessly nodded. Of course, sensei. Capture. The building loomed before them. Go. The instant the word left Aizawa's lips, Izumi was gone. A thigh-powered sonic boom cracked through the air, shattering several windows just from her Deku. To those watching from outside, it was like watching a pink blur erupt into the complex. And then came the sounds. It started small, a faint crash, a soft thump. But then the audio engineers, monitoring the situation, went pale. Inside, it was chaos. Whyyyy, is she so strong? Those thighs aren't natural. I deserve this. But not like this. One villain tried to run. He got within 10 feet of a window before being yanked back by a pair of thighs that moved like vipers and hit like freight trains. The camera feed caught a perfect shot of Izumi performing a flawless spinning suplex, burying the man headfirst into the marble flooring. Another tried to use his quirk, but Izumi, still midair, twisted into a cartwheel and gripped his neck between her legs. You just got thigh-lanced, she whispered, before flinging him through 3 walls and into a filing cabinet. Back outside, the professional heroes stood in stunned silence. Is it safe to go in yet? Ed Shot asked. I'm afraid if we go in now, we might get caught in the midnight. Paused, watching another villain get launched through a window and land 20 feet away in the grass. Collateral thighs. The screams continued for 5 full minutes before going strangely quiet. Gran Torino peeked into the building. They're all unconscious. Kamui Woods peered inside and promptly stepped back. I think the foundation shifted. Inside, Izumi stood in the middle of the rubble, dusting her leggings. The League had vanished, warped away by Kirojiri just in time to avoid full-body suplexes. They escaped, she muttered, irritated. A loud ping echoed in her earpiece. Second location confirmed. Mid-air rendezvous possible in 10 seconds. Nizu chirped from the command van. Roger, Izumi said, and without another word, she leapt straight through the building's partially collapsed ceiling. Everyone outside ducked as Izumi burst through like a pink and black missile, rocketing across the sky. Hawks, tracking her from above, blinked twice. Didn't she just reach Mach 2 with pure quad power? Yes, best, Genus replied, fixing his collar. And now she's heading to intercept the League before we can even get there. Meanwhile, inside the second hideout, Dabi paused. Do you hear that? Spinner looked up. It sounded like a train. Compress shivered. That's not a train. That's thighs. A sonic boom cracked above them. The ceiling began to quake. And Tamura Shigaraki, from his command chair, sighed. We're about to get fight again, aren't we? He wasn't wrong. The moment Izumi Usagiyama launched herself like a missile from the first battlefield, the tremors left behind from her sprinting jump cracked the very concrete she had pushed OU from. Flames still flickered in the background as rescue workers picked through the remains of the League's temporary hideout. But the true storm had already moved on. At the second location, an ominous industrial complex reeking of rust, decay, and suppressed malice, the remaining members of the League of Villains regrouped, licking their wounds. Tamura Shigaraki, arms twitching, paced erratically. She's coming. I know she is. I can feel the thighs. Dabi rolled his eyes, patching up twice. She's just a girl. She's a goddamn kaiju with protein shakes for BLD. Spinner yelped, pressing gauze against his cracked ribs. They barely had time to adjust before an ear-splitting sonic boom rocked the area. A hole tore through the roof, more accurately, the roof exploded as Izumi dropped in, feet first like a meteor, landing in the center of the room. Cracks split the floor. Dust mushroomed upward. Silence followed. Then Izumi stood up slowly, steam pouring from her shoulders and fists. Her eyes narrowed. Round 2. Nope. Twice. Screamed. Before anyone could react, Izumi moved. In the time it took to blink, Mr. Compress was already airborne, except it wasn't flight. It was her grabbing him mid-sentence and launching him through 3 walls. Toga lunged with her knife, only to find herself thigh-locked. Mid-leap, with a groan of metal and pain, she was flung into a pile of crates like a rag doll. Tamura tried to reach out with a hand. Decay won't save you, Izumi muttered and caught his wrist with her thighs. With emotion honed through experience and memes, she thigh-suplexed him directly into a steel pillar, leaving a perfect body indentation. My spine, he screeched. Meanwhile, Dabi unleashed a wave of blue fire. Izumi somersaulted through it, landed on her hands, launched herself with her legs, and hit him with a mid-air corkscrew suplex. The heat couldn't touch her. Spinner tried to escape through a vent. I can still feel my ribs vibrating from the first time. I can't do this again. Izumi yanked him out by the tail and thigh-slammed him into a shipping container. 10 seconds. The League was down again, but it wasn't over. A building-sized blast of wind and debris erupted outside. All might, Izumi yelled, turning toward the battlefield where the symbol of peace clashed with the monstrous form of All for One. Without hesitation, Izumi burst from the complex and made a 50-foot leap onto the next building where the battle raged. All Might, already in muscle form, was grappling with All for One. Their fists collided with force strong enough to shatter windows for blocks. Young Usagiyama, All Might, roared, catching a punch and skidding back. All for One's helmeted gaze turned. So you're the one causing all this noise. Izumi cracked her neck. Thyodo incoming. In a flash, she kicked OU the air, literally, with a massive leap and thigh-dropped All for One mid-combo. He grunted in pain, forced to one knee. All Might moved in, together, and so they did. The symbol of peace and the Princess of Protein fought as one. While All Might threw haymakers and thunderous Detroit smashes, Izumi locked down all for one's movements with a relentless series of throws, flips, and suplexes, most involving her infamous thighs. At one point, she launched herself All Might's back like a springboard, somersaulted in the air, and dropped both legs around All for One's helmet like a vice. Crunch. That's for crashing our training camp. All for One groaned, struggling to stand. All Might clenched his fist. Now, finish it. With a final combination of a Texas smash and Izumi's devastating spiral thigh suplex, the villain was thrown into the ground hard enough to form a crater shaped vaguely like a chicken nugget. Silence. Reporters and drones flying miles away caught it all. The footage of Izumi Usagiyama and All Might standing victorious over All for One went viral in real time. The title, Thigh to Power, the hero duo who broke the symbol of evil. And somewhere in a dark room far away, a lone villain whispered, "I think I'm in love." The dust hadn't even settled before the world collectively lost its mind. From a moment, Izumi Usagiyama, hero in all but idol, wielder of quirkless might and thighs of unrelenting justice, suplexed the league of villains like she was prepping for a championship match. The global reaction detonated with all the subtlety of an orbital nuke. Hashtag Thigh of Justice. Hashtag Give her a real license. Hashtag Thyodo returns. And hashtag Send Izumi to UN were all trending simultaneously on every social media platform known to man, and even one obscure MySpace page someone dug up just to write a 15,000 word essay titled, "Why Izumi Usagiyama is Our Lord and Suplexure." TV coverage, every news outlet from CNN to Animal Planet was covering her. Why Animal Planet? Because one wildlife analyst insisted Izumi had the predatory power and precision of a snow leopard mated with a hydraulic press. That was the opening line of a 6-part documentary called Predator, Urban Jungle. A replay of the raid was being shown on loop, and there she goes. Another villain sent, airborne with a brutal double thigh lift. That's the 14th confirmed concussive suplex hold. On, she's taking a running start at the wall. Oh my God, she just punched through the wall and suplexed another one. Where are they even coming from? The footage of her teaming up with All Might, leaping into battle and joining in tandem with his punch, became a symbol. A frame-by-frame analysis showed her thighs actually causing a sonic boom. Multiple audio engineers confirmed it. There was a sonic boom from a suplex. Government reactions within hours. Several branches of the Japanese government began an emergency session regarding licensing exceptional individuals for emergency use. The Prime Minister, stone-faced but clearly holding back the urge to fangirl, issued a statement on national television. "We are currently reviewing policies regarding temporary licenses for individuals who have clearly demonstrated the capacity for hero work on a national level. As for Miss Usagiyama, it would be illogical not to extend a permanent license." Behind him, someone whispered, "Just say, you don't want her to suplex you, Prime Minister," and got promptly suplexed by security. Might have been Izumi fans too. Fan response, thousands flooded UA's inbox, demanding the school update its curriculum to include thygology, the art of tactical suplexes. One person in California started a religion based on the teachings of Izumi's leg day. A church in Spain renamed its bell tower the Tower of Suplex. Someone made a very expensive, very cursed AI-generated model of Izumi doing her suplex dance to the rhythm of a techno remix of the final countdown. It hit 300 million views by the next morning. And of course, there were the memes. Thyodo, tornado. Some say All for One is still spinning mid-air to this day. A photo of Mount Fuji replaced with a giant Izumi silhouette looming over it like Godzilla. Captioned, "Izumizilla, the only natural disaster that fights back." Hero community, even top pro heroes, were floored. Mirko-Rumi Usagiyama, her aunt, issued a very proud, very unsubtle post. "I told you all. It's in the genes. Our legs don't skip day. Our quads are generational. Endeavor stared silently at the replay, then asked Hawks, "Do you think she'd teach me?" Hawks, sipping his energy drink upside down, replied, "She'd have to rebuild you from the legs up, man." Aizawa was found in the faculty lounge, face down on a desk, mumbling, "This is my life now." Mean girl with demolition thighs. Present Mike. He was already halfway through recording a mixtape inspired by Izumi's leg-based justice. The license decision, the Hero Public Safety Commission didn't even pretend to debate it for long. They were forced to act after half of Asia began printing "Give her the license" banners across city buildings, and someone hacked every Times Square billboard to show her suplexing all for one on loop with dubstep blaring in the background. By the end of the week, the commission chair stood before the world. After careful review and overwhelming public demand, effective immediately, Izumi Usagiyama is granted a full provisional hero license. Cue fireworks. Actual fireworks. People in New Zealand set OU fireworks in celebration. One town renamed itself Thyodo, New Mexico. Back at UA, when the news hit the school, Izumi blinked up from her squat set with a dumbbell bar that should have been illegal. But Kago, arms crossed, muttered, "Finally. Took those extras long. Enough." Ochako choked on her juice. Kirishima burst in with a sign. "Your license is manly. Approved." And Momo. She'd already bought 50 copies of the official Thyodo Hero license commemorative magazine, just in case they sold out. Rumi. She slapped a fresh patch on. Izumi's jacket, certified weapon of justice. Thighs first, questions later. The morning after the official announcement of Izumi Usagiyama's provisional hero license was one of those days where the sky looked brighter, the wind whistled a triumphant tune, and pigeons fluttered past her dorm window in V formation like they were personally saluting her. Class 1A was buzzing with excitement, not just for her, though half the class was still watching a highlight reel of her beating all for one senseless, but because they were leaving for the provisional licensing exam. Everyone, that is, except Izumi. She stood at the dorm's front steps, deal bag slung over her shoulder, filled with exactly one thing, a single 200 pounds dumbbell engraved with "Good morning." The rest of Class 1A gathered around her, in uniform and packed, half of them staring wistfully, and the other half nervously trying to ignore the fact that she was casually curling a barbell that looked like it had been yanked from a piece of construction equipment. "You sure you don't want to come with us?" Mina asked, already halfway down the walkway. "Yeah," Ciro added. "You could probably just flex your license at the examiners and get waived." "Through." Izumi tilted her head. "I thought about it, but I'd rather give y'all a chance to shine." Besides, her eyes gleamed with that all-too-familiar energy, the kind that could make professional villains soil their designer boots. "I've got something more important to do today." Everyone paused. "More important than the licensing exam?" Kaminari asked. Izumi nodded. Solemnly. "I'm choosing my hero name." Collective silence. Bakugo scowled. "TCH, took you long enough." Scene change. UA hero name registration room, while the rest of 1A departed for the exam center. Izumi strolled through the familiar halls of UA with a calmness that only came from having kicked the teeth out of a criminal empire the week before. She was led to the hero registration wise by Cementos himself, who wisely didn't speak after accidentally making eye contact with her biceps. Inside the hero name room, Midnight and Present Mike were waiting, both looking more prepared for a war council than a name reveal. Midnight handed her a form. "You can write 3 ideas if you're unsure." Izumi stared down at the paper for 2 seconds. Then she pulled a marker from her belt, uncapped it with her teeth, and wrote a single name, bold, confident, final. Midnight raised an eyebrow as she took the sheet. Her eyes widened. "You're really going with this?" Izumi folded her arms. "It's perfect." Present Mike squinted at the name, then let out a sharp, bark-like laugh. "Oh, baby. This is iconic. History in the making." He flicked on the room's intercom and screamed, "Attention staff and students. Izumi Usagiyama's hero name has been chosen. Prepare thyselves." Everyone in the main building paused. Students stopped eating. Faculty straightened up. Eraserhead let out a tired sigh and muttered, "Oh no, scene change, UA." Common room later that day. The sun had dipped into golden orange as Izumi returned to the dorms. She had a fresh towel slung over her shoulders, workout gloves still strapped on, and her workout outfit lightly dusted in protein shake residue. She found the common room empty. Naturally, she put on Thyodo, the musical unshakable, on the big screen, then grabbed a tub of protein yogurt and sat down just in time for the group text from Yairozu. "Momo, 1A brain. Princess, the exam has started. It's intense. Kirishima, manliest bro. So many quirks, so little time. Jairu, earplug queen. Kaminari's already zapped himself again. Uraraka, floating star. I wish you were here. It's not the same without your chaotic energy. But Kugo, angry dynamite. Gremlin, stay out of trouble. Diamin thighs." Izumi smiled at that last one. Then she sent her own message. "Izumi, now official hero. Good luck, nerds. Don't get folded like laundry." Later that evening, the licensing exam ended in chaos because Minetta tried something stupid again, but as the students of 1A returned late in the evening, sore, battered but alive, Izumi was there waiting, sitting on the roof, squatting a bench press bar like it was a toy. "You guys made it." She cheered, jumping down and cracking the pavement. "We passed." Kaminari shouted, holding up the temporary licenses like a golden ticket. "Well done." Izumi beamed. "By the way," Ida asked, pushing his glasses up, "did you officially decide on your pro hero name?" Izumi grinned and pulled a folded paper from her belt. With a dramatic flick, she opened it. "Pro hero name? Cyclops, because I only need one eye to see your weakness, and one leg to send you through the nearest wall." Silence. Absolute, stunned silence. Then, Jaira dropped her water bottle. "That's the greatest name I've ever heard." Kirishima fell to his knees. "So manly." Aizawa walked past and muttered under his breath, "I give up." "Present." Mick's voice echoed through the halls via intercom. "Make way for Cyclops, savior of kneecaps, destroyer of spines." Rumi Usagiyama called just to say, "You've made the family proud." Izumi gave a satisfied nod, flexed once, and grinned wide. "Now, anyone up for celebratory suplexes?" After the licensing exam, a rare few days of peace descended on UA. High school. 4 Class 1A. Returning to school was like waking up from an adrenaline-fueled fever dream only to be thrown back into a volcano of ambition, trauma processing, and Aizawa's sleep-deprived training regimen. The dorms buzzed with chatter the night before classes resumed, students sharing stories from the exam, from barely dodging Quirk blast to Bakugo, nearly exploding the scoreboard out of spite. But Izumi was in the backyard squat racking a small tree while listening to villain interrogation tapes. Her thighs glowed faintly from overuse of her Quirk-enhanced muscle compression, and every third squat caused small tremors to ripple through the yard like aftershocks from a very angry deity. At some point, the tree begged for mercy. Nobody questioned how. The next morning, UA, Training Grounds Class 1A, gathered in their updated training uniforms, most of them excited, some anxious, and one person, Bakugo, already furious that people were talking louder than 50 decibels. Aizawa appeared, scarf flapping, eyes bloodshot in the way that suggested Koine was now legally his bloodstream. "We're doing ultimate move development today," he said dryly, waving a clipboard. Finally, Kirishima pumped a fist. "About at least 3 moves I want to try. Today's about pushing your quirks further, expanding your combat style, and if you're lucky." Aizawa's eyes flicked toward Izumi. "Not breaking the building." Izumi blinked innocently. "No. Promises." Everyone began stretching or huddling with their support gear as power loader and Hatsum may arrive to supervise. The smell of grease and ambition fill the air. Training. Field Delta. First hour the air buzzed with kinetic energy. Kirishima practiced his red gauntlet. Smash, hardening his arms and performing seismic punches against reinforced concrete. Todoroki tried combining flame propulsion and ice pathing in a new technique called Flash. Freeze Heat Nado, which, despite the name, mostly made a giant slush puddle. Uraraka experimented with a move called zero-point launch, where she nullified her gravity midair and had Eater rocket her like a cannonball. Meanwhile, where is Esachi? May shouted over the cacophony covered in oil. Field Omega. Power Loader pointed to the farthest training ground, one specially cleared for Cyclops. Field Omega, the monument to mayhem. Several steel training dummies were already embedded into the ground like failed statues. Shockwaves pulsed through the air in rhythm, and a small group of Class B students had gathered at a distance to witness the carnage. Izumi stood in the center, arms folded, eyes focused. Rumi Usagiyama had dropped OU a Thigh-Quake Impact Suit MK. A reinforced combat. HRNSS meant to withstand the concussive feedback of her leg-based finishers. All right, G, said to the drone cameras circling her. Time to debut my new ultimate move. Aizawa's voice crackled in her earpiece. Just don't crater the earth. Recovery Girl is still mad from last time. Izumi popped her neck, then walked toward a steel dummy shaped like a villain. It had all 4 1-inch spray painted on it. She sprinted, then leapt, arms flexed, body arced in a somersault, and gripped the dummy with her legs in midair. Ultimate move, Titan's thigh suplex. With a kaboom that sent birds flying out of trees for miles, Izumi rotated through the air and slammed the dummy's skull into the reinforced floor with a bone-rattling quake. Steel warped. The earth cracked. Before the metal could stop vibrating, she jumped up, landed on it, and finisher, apocalyptic curb stomp. The shockwave blew dirt into the air and knocked cameras from the sky and left a perfectly shoe-shaped crater in the dummy's torso. Silence. Then from the observation booth, Aizawa slowly sipped his juice box and muttered, "Yeah, that's going in the record books." Later that afternoon, review and reflection, everyone gathered around the data monitors to review the footage. Most ultimate moves had been recorded and analyzed. Some were promising, some needed tweaking, and then there was Izumi's. The footage played twice. No one spoke. Todoroki eventually whispered, "That looked like a Godzilla finisher." Kaminari leaned in. "I think I saw the dummy's soul leave its body." Mina nudged Izumi. "So, gonna name your combo?" Izumi scratched her chin, then smirked. "I call it Thypocalypse Protocol." Hatsum's glasses shattered from pure hype. Kaminari passed out. Power Loader had to sit down. Bakugo growled, "Dumb name." Izumi flexed. "Want to try it next?" Bakugo took one step forward before Aizawa's scarf caught him by the neck. No hospital visits today. Evening, dorm lounge. The class gathered around the common room, exhausted but proud. Jairu strummed her guitar. Kaminari made microwave nachos and shorted a fuse, and Izumi sat on the couch, rewatching her curb stomp in slow motion. "Your move broke 2 seismic sensors," Edith said, looking over the reports. "That's both impressive and terrifying." "I think we're getting used to it," Momo admitted, "though we might need to reinforce the gym again." Uraraka sat next to Izumi and smiled. "You really do live up to that name, huh?" Izumi winked. "Cyclops never misses leg day." The room burst into laughter, and for a while there was peace. That is until the news came on. Breaking news. Hero Cyclops causes minor tectonic disturbance. Experts suggest Japan may need shock-absorbent infrastructure if she ever kicks indoors again. Izumi just grinned. After the successful completion of her ultimate move training and her infamous Thypocalypse Protocol going viral online, racking up over 40 million views under the tag hashtag Death by Thighs. The Hero Public Safety Commission and several pro-hero agencies came to the same unified conclusion: this girl needs to be put to work now. And so, with her temporary license renewed and reinforced by a joint recommendation from Endeavor, Mirko, and Nizuhu, included a very enthusiastic and slightly worrying 5-page essay on her strategic chaos potential, Izumi was cleared for her first solo patrol. Day 1, solo patrol location, Minetta. Ward, downtown Tokyo time. 9 a.m. patrol alias. Provisional hero, Cyclops Izumi stood tall on a rooftop of a high-rise building, wearing her custom battle gear, reinforced compression shorts, thigh bracers designed by Hatsume, a sleeveless combat vest, and a iconic hero mask with sleek lenses and thigh-engraved sigil, a stomp-shaped meteor. She cracked her neck and muttered, "Time to make some pancakes out of crime." Within 5 minutes of descending into the streets, a robbery broke out 3 blocks away. 3 villains, one with stone fists, another with explosive saliva, gross, and one with a mutated centipede. Lower body, burst from a corner jewelry store, chased by a very exasperated sidekick named Citron Spark. She barely finished yelling, "Help!" before a shadow dropped in front of the villains like a silent wraith. Izumi landed. The pavement cracked. The villains skidded to a stop. One of them blinked. "Wait, is that?" Wham! The centipede mutant flew backward as a spinning back kick launched him into a recycling bin. The stone fist villain growled and charged. "Die, you musclehead." Death March variant, double thigh smash. A sonic boom erupted as Izumi leapt, trapped the man's torso between her thighs mid-spin, and crushed him into the concrete with enough force to disarm his Quirk-enhanced body. Explosive Saliva Man turned and bolted, only to find Izumi already in front of him. "Bet your spit don't work if you're upside down." She flipped him, head first, into a parked car. The alarm blared in. Solidarity. Total time, 38 seconds. Citron Spark blinked at the unconscious villains and then at Izumi, who casually tied them up using metal street signs like twist ties. "Cyclops, you're amazing." Izumi handed her the paperwork. "You do the forms, I'll go hunt some jaywalkers." Midday mayhem, 12:14 p.m. Over the course of her patrol, Izumi stopped a Quirk-enhanced raccoon gang trying to rob a meat truck, helped an old lady carry her groceries 6 blocks, and got cookies, kicked a malfunctioning construction bot so hard it reset to factory settings, thigh-slammed a villain through a billboard midair. Her public approval rating skyrocketed by the hour. Citizens began waving signs. "Thighs save lives. Marry me, Cyclops. Our hero, our leg day queen." When the patrol ended at 4 p.m., she'd apprehended 12 criminals, 2 shoplifters, 1 hostile villain, and made friends with a 3-legged stray dog she named Wobble. Later that week, the interview tour begins due to overwhelming public response. Aizawa muttered, holding a dozen media requests in one hand. "You've been scheduled for a press tour." Izumi blinked. "Why?" "Because you trended in 6 countries, Izumi." "Oh, you broke Twitter," President Mike added. "The hashtag Thighs of Justice is now a global meme." Interview number 1, Hero Watch Daily Live Broadcast. Host, Marina Kai, Tokyo's #1 news anchor. Marina, welcome to Hero Watch Daily. Today we have the sensation sweeping the nation, Cyclops, or should I say, UA's own Izumi Midoriya. Tell us, what's it like being the most feared set of legs in Japan? Izumi, pretty good. I got upgraded from walking WMD to urban pacifier. Marina, and what drives you to be a hero? Izumi, 2 things. First, I wanna help people. Second, if a villain ever makes eye contact with my thighs again, they better have dental insurance. Clip goes viral. Interview number 2, Good Morning Japan. The camera zooms in on Izumi sipping orange juice while flexing one leg at a time. Host, is it true you carry a license? Specifically for high-impact suplexes. Izumi, they made me sign a form after I flipped a villain into orbit. Host, where did he land? Izumi, Nagoya. He's fine. Got a tan. Interview number 3. International U.S. Hero News. American viewers tuned in, expecting calm, professional dialogue. Instead, they got Izumi thigh-clapping a villain drone midair. Cut to Mirko laughing in the background. Mirko, told ya. She's my spiritual daughter now. Izumi, legacies built one stomp at a time. American fanbase explodes. Evening, dorm return. Izumi came home to a crowd of classmates cheering and pretending to faint when she walked in. Kaminari, she's too powerful. Zero, I want to be stomped. I mean spared. Mina, can I have your autograph? But like on my forehead. Bakugo grumbled in the corner. TCH, she's just getting attention because she kicked a building in half. Todoroki nodded slowly. And because she's literally terrifying. Uraraka handed Izumi a drink. You killed it, hero. Izumi raised her glass. To justice. And leg day. Everyone roared. The sun hung low over Mizudafu, casting long golden shadows across the rooftops as Izumi began her evening patrol. The city was calm, the air clean, and for once, Izumi felt like she might actually have a quiet shift. She stretched her arms, rolled her shoulders, and leapt from one rooftop to another with her usual effortless grace. Birds scattered from her path, fluttering into the painted sky as a breeze tousled her hair. Feels like a slow day. Maybe I'll actually get to pet a few stray cats today, she thought, leaping down onto a building's edge near the edge of the red light district. That was when she heard it. A whimper. Small, trembling, childlike. Izumi's body stiffened. Every muscle locked in anticipation. Her enhanced hearing tuned in on the faint sound. It was coming from a narrow alley. Her eyes narrowed as she crouched, instincts flaring like sirens in her mind. Without hesitation, she dropped into the alley, landing silently behind a row of dumpsters. What she saw instantly flipped her mental SWCH from casual patrol to lethal threat mode. The scene, a small girl with pale skin, snow-white hair, and a single twisted horn peeking from her forehead crouched behind a garbage bin, trembling like a leaf in a storm. Her oversized, ragged coat did nothing to hide the bruises on her arms or the bandages on her legs. Hovering over her, less than a foot away, was a tall man in a long trench coat and a creepy bird-shaped mask, one gloved hand outstretched like he was about to grab her. Kaichisaki. Overhaul. Izumi's BLD went cold. Then nuclear. Overhaul didn't even have time to speak. Come here, little crunch. His body folded in half under the force of a diving thigh strike from above. The ground cratered under him, his ribs giving a sound like someone crumpling a soda can. Pedo energy detected. Izumi growled. He gasped, coughing up BLD and bile, eyes wide with shock. Who the hell are? She didn't let him finish. Wham! A suplex so violent his mask shattered on the concrete, followed by a curb stomp so final the street cracked like glass. She grabbed him by the coat, hoisted him into the air like a sack of laundry, and whispered, You ever even look at a child? Again, I'll turn your spine into a pogo stick. Crack! She snapped his wrist, dropped him on the ground, and zip-tied every joint in his body so tightly he resembled a duct-taped IKEA chair. Sir, Night-High, who had been tailing Overhaul from a nearby rooftop, dropped in moments later and froze, his jaw unhinged like a snake. Izumi. She didn't even look at him. She was already kneeling beside the little girl, her expression softening instantly. Hey there, sweetheart, Izumi said, gently brushing Aries' cheek. You okay? The little girl stared up at her with wide, tear-streaked eyes. She blinked, then launched herself forward and latched onto Izumi's torso like a lifeline, burying her face in her chest and sobbing. Mama, she wailed. Izumi paused, Then, her arms slowly wrapped around the trembling child. Yeah, I got you, kid. I'm your mama. Now, you, dorms. Later that night, the style meeting was an emergency one. Aizawa, Nizu, Present Mike, Recovery Girl, Midnight, and even All Might were there. So was Sir Naitai. Izumi stood at the front with Eri perched on her hip like a barnacle. The girl was wearing one of Izumi's oversized hoodies and clung to her like she might disappear at any second. Aizawa tried. He really did. Midoriya, we can't just adopt children, owe you the street. I curb-stomped a Pefli, erased a trolling ring, and rescued a severely traumatized minor, Izumi deadpanned. And she called me mama. That's a sacred bond. Legally, Nizu raised a paw. It would cause a public outcry if we didn't let her. Public sentiment is very pro-mama Thyodo right now. Present Mike snorted. She's trending again. Hashtag Thymama. Sir Naitai nodded. Reluctantly. Given the trauma Eri endured and the swift justice enacted, frankly, I trust her more than the foster system. All Might gave a thumbs up. I second that. Plus, Izumi punches. Like me now. I'm scared of her. Eri looked up at everyone from Izumi's arms and asked in the tiniest, most precious voice, do I have to leave my mama? Aizawa folded instantly. No, you're staying. Izumi fist pumped. Eri giggled. The next day, nationwide reactions news. Headlines. Hero Thyodo defeats Yakuza overhaul in alleyway showdown provisional. Hero adopts abused child on site. Public cheers. Hero commission confirms. Yes. Thyodo is now legally a mom. Eri smiles for first time. Internet implodes public. Reactions. I didn't think I could love Thyodo more. I was wrong. Protect that child at all costs. Eri and Mama Thyodo spin OU series win. I let her stomp me if it meant Eri. It's a bedtime story. Dorms. Bedtime later that night. Izumi sat beside Eri's new bed. In the girls' dorms. The little girl had unicorn night light and an army of stood animals already. Eri tugged on her arm. Mama. Yeah. Thank you for saving me. Izumi smiled and kissed her forehead. No need to thank me, kiddo. That's what moms are for. Eri beamed, snuggled into her blanket, and whispered, Can I learn a suplex like you? Izumi's eyes glimmered. Hell, yes you can. It was just past noon when Izumi returned to you, after a morning patrol one, that had been unusually light thanks to her current status as a walking, thigh-wielding deterrent to criminal activity. In the common room of the girls' dorm, Eri was sitting on the couch in one of Izumi's oversized hoodies, sleeves dangling past her hands, watching a cartoon about heroic bunnies. Her feet barely reached the edge of the cushion, and her wide, curious eyes flicked toward Izumi as the door opened. Hey, sweet pea, Izumi said with a soft smile. Eri lit up, not with a full smile, not yet, but with a brightening of her entire face. She scrambled the couch and ran toward her, tripping a little on the carpet before Izumi caught her effortlessly. She held Eri against her side and whispered, Ready for our special training today. Eri nodded shyly. What? Get to do the suplex? Izumi grinned. Oh yeah, Mama's gonna teach you the art of the suplex. Generation 1 of the Thai dynasty starts now. Training room G, afternoon. Eri stood in front of a child-sized training dummy, shaped like a villain in a tacky suit with big cartoon X's for eyes and padding designed to crumple safely. She was wearing tiny black workout shorts, a red tank top with a cartoon bunny on it, and had her hair tied back into a tiny poof ponytail by Izumi herself. Her horn poked out adorably, catching the light. Okay, little nugget, Izumi said, crouched beside her. Remember what I showed you? Wrap your arms low, drop your hips, and then lift with those tiny tree trunk legs of yours. Eri nodded with serious determination. With a focused little grunt, she waddled up to the dummy, latched on, and after a couple of seconds of flop, the dummy landed on its padded back with a muled thud. Eri blinked in surprise, then looked at Izumi like she wasn't sure it counted. Izumi's hands shot into the air. You did it. The little girl's lips trembled. Her face scrunched up. And then it happened. A smile. Small. Uneven. A little gap between her front teeth. But undeniably, adorably a smile. The kind that made hearts detonate. Izumi blinked, then reached for her. Phone like she was drawing a weapon. Snap. Stow room. Minutes later, Aizawa sipped his kawaii slowly. What's this now? Midnight was clutching her phone. Someone posted this. To the hero net. Nizu leaned over the screen. On it was Eri, mid-suplex, eyes glowing with determination, and in the next image, being thrown into the air by Izumi after her successful attempt. She was laughing in the photo. Hashtag little thiling, hashtag mama and cub, hashtag bunny suplex lineage. The comment section was a sea of melted internet users. I would die for this child. Can we just give Izumi full custody of Japan while we're at it? That smile cured my depression, fixed my spine, and revived my houseplants. This is proof that God exists. Sir. Night-Eye just stared silently for a long moment. She smiled. He muttered, rubbing at his eyes. Later, a dorm's Izumi was sitting on the couch with Eri curled against her side. The little girl was sipping cocoa while snuggled in a blanket. On the low table in front of them, someone had emailed Izumi a modified image. It was a photoshopped family portrait. In it, Izumi was standing proudly, holding a slightly tanner Eri who had been edited to have white rabbit ears and a tiny bunny tail. Their matching white hair and crimson eyes made them look like literal clones. The caption, when your kid's 100% yours and you suplexed her into existence. Izumi snorted, so hard she nearly dropped her drink. Okay, that's funny. She showed Eri the photo. Eri tilted her head. Is that me? That's you if you were slightly more bunny, Izumi explained. Eri looked up at her with wide eyes. I like the ears. Izumi laughed, rolling her hair. Maybe we can get you a pair for when we go on missions together. You mean it? You're my sidekick now. I need a bunny suplex partner. Eri grinned again and nuzzled into her hoodie. I love you, Mama. The world could have ended right there, and Izumi would have died happy. Bonus, Class 1S. Reaction back in the boys' dorm. Kaminari was staring at his phone like he'd seen God. Guys, she smiled. Kirishima leaned over. Who? Eri, our new dorm kid. Izumi's adopted daughter. HeroNet is exploding. Bakugo looked up from his weights, muttering, dumb extras crying over a brat. Zero showed him the photo. Bakugo paused, grunted, looked away. Not bad. Late night. Izumi's room as Eri slept curled beside her like a warm, safe cat. Izumi gently pulled her in and whispered, no one's ever going to hurt you again. Not while I'm breathing. And just before she drifted OU, Eri mumbled in her sleep. Suplex Mama, Izumi, smiled. DMN right. The morning sun spilled lazily into the UA dorms, casting golden light. Across the living room, where Izumi was stretched out on the floor, trying to do push-ups while Eri sat cross-legged on her back, giggling. Eri, Izumi wheezed mid-rep. You're getting swole. I'm not swole, Mama, Eri said proudly. I'm small, like a sneaky bunny. Izumi paused mid-push-up, and that's when it happened. Eri's eyes sparkled. Her bottom lip jutted out, and in her softest, cutest, most devastatingly dangerous voice, she asked, Mama, can I have a bunny? Izumi's arms gave out. Pet Quest. 4 hours later, the visit to the Quirk-licensed exotic pet facility in Muzutafu should have been a simple affair. But nothing was ever simple when you were Izumi, Thyodo, Miruya, Mama Supreme, and Queen of Going Overboard. No, she said, to the clerk, scanning the rows of ordinary rabbits. I need something that screams adorable. Destruction. Something majestic, yet huggable. The pet shop clerk blinked. Oh, what about this one? Behind a thick reinforced glass enclosure, lounging on a padded floor like a judgmental emperor, was a Flemish giant hare, already larger than the average toddler and clearly unbothered by reality. He's got a quirk, the clerk added nervously. It makes him grow. To the size of a Great Dane and nearly as heavy. He's calm, but requires reinforced flooring. And eats like a linebacker. Eri pressed her face to the glass. His ears are bigger than mine. She whispered. The bunny, who, according to the nameplate, was called Machi, sneered the air, stared at her with sleepy judgment, then casually flopped over with the gravity of a collapsing star. Izumi folded her arms. That's it. That's the one. Back at the dorms. Welcome to Bunipocalypse. As the moving team rolled in the reinforced transport cage, Class 1A crowded around in confusion. Kirishima tilted his head. Yo, that's a big rabbit. Ciro blinked. Is that thing a mount? Oh my gods. Mina squealed. It's got pads on its feet. Look at it. It's like a cloud pillow with judgmental ears. The moment Machi was released, he casually bounded into the lounge, sneered at the snack cabinet, and then flopped on top of Izumi's couch like it belonged to him. He let out a lazy thump with one foot. Eri, riding his back, like she was piloting a living beanbag chair, beamed. He loves it here. Machi looked, unimpressed but accepting of his new humans. Aizawa, arrived moments later, saw the beast, and sighed so hard his soul nearly left his body. Did you register at Quirk? Yes, Izumi said, with a grin. He's officially licensed under the Emotional Support War Beast Clause. Aizawa blinked once, muttered something about Quirk loopholes, and left with a tired groan. Later. That day, the literacy gauntlet Izumi had a plan. That was the problem. With Eri curled beside her in her room, pencil in hand, Izumi leaned over a whiteboard labeled Mama's Super. Amazing Writing School of Doom, and tapped it twice. All right, Lil Nugget. Time to learn how to read and write Japanese. Eri blinked. Like the signs. Exactly. So we can make sure you don't accidentally wander into the boys' bathroom again. That happened once, Mama, and it traumatized Minetta enough to give him nosebleeds for a week. Eri giggled. Izumi cleared her throat. Okay, hiragana. First one, A. See, you just do this swirl, and then a hook. 10 minutes later, Izumi was sweating. Okay, maybe let's skip that one. Try this, ku. Simple, just a curve. Eri's tongue stuck out as she scribbled something that resembled stunned shrimp that had witnessed unspeakable horrors. Izumi's eye twitched. Perfect. Nailed it. Machi thumped a disapproving pawn nearby. I don't need judgment from a sentient pillow. Izumi muttered. 1 hour later, educational deterioration, the floor was littered with notebook paper. Eri had written something vaguely resembling a demonic summoning glyph. That might have cursed the room. Izumi stared at it for a long moment. Okay, we're taking a break. Machi, deploy the snuggles. Machi slowly shoaled over like a glorious living plush tank and flopped across Eri's legs. She squealed and hugged his neck, dissolving into giggles. Best bunny ever. Izumi snapped a pic and sent it to present Mike, who responded instantly. Mike, you just broke the internet again. Mike, new trend. Hashtag Mama Bunny and me. Bonus. The internet reacts again. HeroNet's trending page exploded with hashtag Big Bun Energy, hashtag Eri and Machi. Hashtag Bunny Mama Lineage. Izumi Midoriya out here creating a whole anime family arc IRL. If you photoshopped bunny ears on Eri, I still wouldn't believe she wasn't biologically Izumi's kid. That's a 70 PND rabbit. That a bear with better PR. That night, Izumi's room Eri was curled up asleep atop Machi, who had flopped belly up with regal and diurence. Izumi tucked a blanket over them and whispered, Tomorrow, we'll learn katakana. Maybe, unless I dropkick the alphabet first. From the bed, Eri mumbled, Mama. Yes, sweet pea. I love Machi. Izumi smiled softly. Me too. Mama. Yeah, I love you more. Izumi froze for a moment. Chest tight, throat burning. I love you most. She kissed Eri's forehead, turned OU the lights, and lay down next to her living plush battalion and her tiny, fierce suplex queen. The dorms of Class 1A were unusually quiet that night. Machi, the quirked Flemish giant, was sprawled out in front of the common room TV like a fluey war monument. The faint blue glow of late night cartoons danced across his fur. The only sound was his occasional sleepy foot thump and the soft rustle of wind outside. Upstairs in Izumi's room, something far more tender unfolded. Eri whimpered as she tossed and turned beneath her covers, sweat clinging to her forehead. Her tiny hands clutched at her blanket, tiny nails digging into the threads. The innocent joy from earlier had been replaced by the haunted echoes of her trauma, images of white labs, needles. And that man, Eri. Izumi's voice was soft, groggy. She sat up from her own bed instantly, rushing to the smaller one beside it. It's okay, baby. It's just a dream. The little girl's eyes snapped open, filled with tears and panic, her breath ragged. He was hurting you, Izumi's expression softened. Her hand brushed gently through Eri's hair. No one's ever going to hurt me. Eri, she said with quiet certainty. Because I'm Mama, I do the hurting. A sleepy snort of laughter slipped out of Eri. Izumi smiled. Want me to sing something? Eri blinked. You sing. Not in front of anyone, Izumi admitted, rubbing the back of her neck. But for you. Sure. And, without waiting for a reply, Izumi shifted into a seated position and began humming softly, letting the sound swell into a lullaby, quiet, almost reverent. Her voice was lower than one might expect, smooth and resonant, a warm alto that wrapped around the room like a protective blanket. She sang the old lullaby her mom used to hum when she was small, before everything got hard. Yura no Sora and I Hoshiwan Naku, Kadoma Wayum no Naka. The Japanese lyrics flowed like liquid starlight, each word gentle, slow, comforting. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't perfect, but it was real. And downstairs, near the stairs, one pink-haired eavesdropper stood, frozen, phone in hand, mouth open in awe. Mina's discovery, a.k.a. Operation Sinji McSwolepants. Mina Ashido had just been coming up the stairs to grab her hair mask from her room when she'd heard the first notes. Her first instinct was confusion. Her second instinct was to press record. Her third was unfiltered joy. Since when can fight Scylla sing like a Studio Ghibli? Mom. Her thumb hovered over the pause button, but she didn't press it. Instead, she tiptoed back to her room with all the stealth of a cracked-out goblin, her phone still recording as Izumi's voice continued to drift softly through the hallway. The Class 1A group chat, 12:31 a.m. Mina. Audio clip attached. 2:13, guys, you need to hear this. Guess who has a mommy voice? Kirishima. What is a mommy voice, and should I be scared? Jaira. Mina, did you secretly record someone again? Mina, it's not like I bug a bathroom this time. Just listen, please. So, I recognize the lyrics. That's an old lullaby. Tokoyami, why does this make me want to cry in a dramatic rainstorm? Ida. Mina, that is an invasion of privacy. Mina, you'll thank me. Just listen. Bakugu, if it's not explosions, I don't care. Denki, bro, it's Izumi. Bakugu. Bakugu, send that again. Back in the room. Two girls and a bunny, the lullaby wound to a close. Eri was fast asleep now, her head tucked under Izumi's chin, her breath even. Izumi smiled softly, brushing a thumb along Eri's cheek. She hadn't noticed Mina at the door. She hadn't realized the entire Class 1A group chat had just gone nuclear because of a 2-minute clip of her singing voice. She stood, stretched, and tiptoed to the door, just in time to see Machi flop into her legs with a sleepy thud. Traitor, she whispered lovingly, scratching behind his ears. The next morning, chaos in the commons when Izumi came downstairs with Eri perched sleepily on her hip and Machi bounding beside them like a personal battle steed, Class 1A, erupted into fake innocence. Mina shot up with her most innocent grin. Good morning, Mama. Bear, don't call me that. Oh, so you prefer songstress of suplexes. Izumi squinted. What did you do? Kirishima cleared his throat. We may have, discovered your hidden talent. More like broadcasted it, Jaira muttered from the couch, showing Izumi her own clip. Going viral under the tag, #BunnyMamaLullaby. Izumi froze. On screen was a slowed-down loop of her singing, overlaid with art of her hugging Eri, surrounded by cartoon hearts and mochi and a crown. You recorded that, she barked, turning to Mina, eyes twitching. Mina threw her arms up. I regret nothing. The entire class burst into laughter as Izumi facepalmed. Cheeks red. Even Aizawa, walking in late with a mug of black kue, nodded slowly. Didn't know you could sing. Not bad, Midoriya. Not you too. Later that day, Hiranet. Headlines, #BunnyMamaLullaby, trending across Japan, UAS scariest student secretly a soft-spoken songstress. Izumi Midoriya's lullaby reaches number 3 on HeroTube's most replayed chart. Hero agencies now want to brand her as both a powerhouse and a mother figure. Publicist battle royale imminent. Quote from Endeavor. I didn't cry. Shut up. You, high. School was many things. A fortress. A training ground. A place where teens casually fired lasers. And suplex buildings. But today was a war zone of glitter glue, music, and unfiltered teenage ambition. The UA Cultural Festival was only a few weeks away, and the student council was in full swing. Committees had been formed. Budgets had been allocated. Clubs scrambled to outdo each other. In Class 1A, they had one mission, to throw the single greatest, most show-stopping, happiness-inducing musical performance the school had ever seen. It started OU simple enough. The meeting, we're doing a concert, Jaira declared, confidently at the front of the common room. Yes, said Momo, nodding from her seat with a stack of neatly color-coded plans. But not just any concert. We're going full show mode. Mina added, already sketching out lighting plans like a madwoman on a sugar rush. Smoke, machines, backdrops, costume, changes, and pyrotechnics. Denki yelled. No, Aizawa said. From the doorway. Denki pouted. Everyone was hyped. Even Bakugu seemed vaguely interested, grunting once from the couch, which for him was basically screaming, let's blow SHD up in rhythm. But then came the real plan. We need a showstopper, Mina grinned. Jairu smirked. And we all know who that is. Everyone turned to Izumi. She was sprawled on the floor, half asleep, using mochi as a pillow while Eri braided her white hair with colorful RBB bands. She blinked. What? You're singing at the festival, Mina said sweetly. Absolutely not. The operation begins. The first attempt was logical negotiation. Come on, you already went viral, Denki reasoned, trying to act professional while balancing a glow stick on his nose. Half of Japan would tune in just to see you sing live. The other half would tune in hoping you'd suplex a mic stand. I'm not doing it, Izumi said, flipping a page in Eri's picture book. I only sang to help Eri sleep. That doesn't mean I want a spotlight shoved in my face. It's not about you, it's about morale. Ida chimed in, gesturing wildly. This event is to heal the spirit of the nation, and your voice could soothe millions. No. Then came Plan B, peer pressure. Even Todoroki tried. It would be cool. You're good at making people feel calm. I punch buildings. Should've. You could do both. Fair. Still, Izumi didn't budge. Eri, the final weapon it happened during lunch. The entire class had gathered in the training yard to brainstorm ideas. Machi flopped lazily in the sun, chewing on a carrot the size of a small tree branch. Eri sat, proudly on his back like a pint-sized empress. Then happened. The pout. The dreaded, lethal, soul-shattering Eri pout. But Mama, she said softly, eyes big and watery, tiny fingers tugging at Izumi's sleeve. I wanted to hear you sing again. And I wanted everyone else to feel as warm and safe as I do. Izumi's heart cracked like a dropped egg. The class watched, holding their breath. Even Bakugo paused mid-snack. You're evil, Izumi muttered at last, booping. Aries knows. I can't say no to you. Yay! Aries squealed and clutched her like a koala. We win. Class 1A erupted in victory cheers. Mina doing backflips in the grass. You're a hero and a national treasure. Kaminari shouted. Don't get cocky, Izumi muttered, burying her face in Aries' hair. I'll do one song, and I'm not telling any of you what it is. What? Jiru cried, nearly dropping her guitar pick. That's not fair. Then I'm not singing. Everyone shut up instantly. Izumi smirked. Thought so. The rehearsals begin from that point forward. Class 1A went all in. Jiru drilled the band daily. Momo created practice amps from her Quirk. Mina choreographed backup dancers, and maybe backup fighters if a villain showed up mid-song. Ida organized schedules, so efficiently even Aizawa nodded in approval. Izumi, meanwhile, she refused to practice with them. Instead, she'd sneak OU to the edge of the training grounds with Eri and quietly sing while the little girl danced with Machi. A few times, Aizawa caught her. He never said a word. He just listened with his koei and moved on, quietly proud. The day before the festival, all right, Midoriya, Jiru said, planting herself in front of Izumi like a rock slide. In boots. You've dodged us for 2 weeks. What are you singing? Izumi just grinned and winked. You'll find out tomorrow. You are insewerable. I know. Social media hype. Night before the festival at UA updates. Rumor has it that Izumi, Bunny Mama, Midoriya will be singing live at the UA Cultural Festival. Public reaction, 36%. I will sell my soul to be there. 44%. I am already camped outside. 20%. She's gonna dropkick the stage. I can feel it. At Machi Fan Club. Does anyone know if Machi will be performing too? Asking for my therapist. The calm before the chaos that night. Izumi sat on the roof of the dorms with Eri curled against her side. Stars shimmered overhead. You nervous, Mama? Eri whispered. Yeah, Izumi admitted. But I'll do it. Why? Izumi looked down at the little girl who'd given her purpose. Healing and love. Because it'll make you smile. And Eri did. She smiled. A big, proud, gap-toothed grin. And somewhere below them, Mina was already plotting glitter bombs for the finale. The morning after the dorms of UA were usually peaceful in the early hours. Peaceful, that is, if you excluded the occasional explosion from Bakugu's morning training, or the sound of Machi eating an entire bag of carrots in one sitting. This morning, however, was unusually still. Izumi was up before everyone else. She moved like a whisper, quiet as her white hair trailing behind her. Eri was curled in bed with her arms around a plush bunny the size of a sandbag, and Machi was asleep at the foot of the bed, snoring softly. Izumi scribbled a short note, folded it into a clean square, and, without fanfare, slipped it into Jiru's guitar case as she passed the music room. No big announcement. No flourish. No warning. Just 5 handwritten words. Sweet but psycho, Ava Max. Then she walked away, sipping her tea and already planning which throw to use on her next villain encounter. The scream heard across the dorms. Jiru went into the music room around 9 a.m., expecting a normal day of rehearsal. Prep. She sat on the stool, opened her case, saw the note, read it, paused, read again, and then H. Half of you, jumped in place. In Class 1BS dorms, Monoma dropped his mug in shock. What are those Class 1A idiots doing now? The breakdown. Mina bolted into the music room with her shoes half on. JRY, are you okay? Is it a villain? Is it Bakugu? Is it she picked it? Jiru gasped, her eyes wide with the kind of manic energy normally reserved for koine overdoses and anime finale night. Who picked what? Izumi. Mina blinked. Wait, Bunny Mama. You mean she picked a song? Jiru shoved the note at her with trembling hands. She chose a song. This song. Mina read it. Then she screamed too. Emergency Class 1, a meeting. The common room looked like a disaster response center. Jairu was pacing back and forth, still clutching the note. She'd already triple confirmed Izumi's handwriting. Momo had a presentation open on her tablet about the song's tempo and possible lighting schemes. Kaminari was plugging in extra speakers. Ida had drafted a new training schedule with military-level efficiency. Bakugo looked vaguely pleased. Finally, something with fire. Izumi picked sweet but psycho. Cyril muttered, stunned. That's so her. Exactly, Jairu said, spinning on her heel. It's flirty, chaotic, and dangerous. It's her personal theme song. We've got 3 days to revamp everything. No sleep, said Momo with a grim nod. Only greatness. The practice from hell for the next 72 hours, class. 1. A train like their lives. Depended on it. Because honestly, they kinda did. If they screwed up. Izumi's song. The girl who could deadlift buildings and make villains cry with a stare would be right there on stage with them, and no amount of glitter would save them from her wrath. Or, worse, her disappointment. And so, things escalated. Mina's choreography upgrade where, leaning in her whole bad beach bunny warlord aesthetic, Mina declared. There were backup dancers now. There were Smoke UX now. There was a moment where Mina, Hagakure, and Uraraka would simulate a slow-motion explosion with synchronized flips behind Izumi's mic. Stand. I'm building a launch rig, Mei Hatsum declared after overhearing them. If Bunny, Mama isn't airborne during the bridge, I will explode from shame. Jairu's music revamp. Jairu worked like a woman possessed. She reworked the tempo, rewrote the bass line, added backup vocals, built a double-amp speaker system. She even coached Kaminari on a short electricity pulse beat drop during the chorus. It sounded ridiculous. It also sounded awesome. Izumi's reaction, she watched it all from the sidelines with her usual expression of mild amusement, sipping matcha while Eri practiced twirls in her bunny hoodie. You did this on purpose, Aizawa said flatly, watching the frantic madness around them. Izumi shrugged. They said they wanted a show. You could have warned them. She smirked. What's the fun in that? Eri's contribution meanwhile. Eri took it upon herself to be the team's morale captain. Armed with stickers, juice boxes, and the terrifying command of a general on Machi's back, she personally delivered snacks and cheer. You're doing amazing, she'd yell from the hallway as Kirishima dragged himself to the showers. Remember to drink water, she chirped to Tokoyami, who had a bandage on his wing from rehearsal. Mama says you can do anything if you suplex. Fear. And somehow that helped. The final night, by the final practice, it was perfection. Class 1A had polished the entire song. The stage was set. The lighting was pre-programmed. The last backup dancer had learned their routine without spraining anything. And Izumi. She finally took the mic in the final 5 minutes of practice, testing it just once. Her voice slid into the opening lines of sweet but psycho like silk and dynamite, smooth, lethal, and absolutely mesmerizing. Everyone froze. Even Aizawa, who was mid-kuei sit, paused. Jairu's hands trembled on her guitar. We're going to kill this performance, she whispered, or it'll kill us. Kaminari added, sweat beading on his forehead. Either way, Mina grinned, we're going to look fabulous. The energy in you, was electric. The gym had been transformed. Light rigs sparkled. Overhead, a massive stage, built with the help of Hatsum's tech and Todoroki's ice-sculpted accents, towered over the audience like the platform of a professional concert. Seats were packed with students, staff, guests, and even a few pro heroes who had stopped by out of curiosity and, if rumor was to be believed, to see the Bunny Titan perform. Backstage, Class 1 was in chaos. Jairu's hair was frazzled with nerves as she did final sound checks. Mina was pacing, glitter in her hair, chewing on a stress snack. Eri, in a mini leather jacket and bunny ear headband, rode Machi in tight circles while shouting commands like a general on the battlefield. And in the center of it all was Izumi Usagiyama, Bunny Mama herself, sitting on a crate, legs crossed, sipping water calmly while wearing a black sleeveless leather corset top. High-waisted shorts with silver chain accents, thigh-high boots, and a choker with a small, dangling charm shaped like a cracked heart. "You're up in 3 minutes," Jairu said, her voice shaking slightly. "Understood," Izumi said, voice low and steady, like she was about to give a press conference after demolishing a villain organization. "You're really doing this, huh?" Kaminari asked, bouncing on his heels. Izumi smiled faintly, her red eyes flicking over the crowd. Through the curtain. "I gave you the song, didn't I?" The lights dimmed. The crowd fell silent. The spotlight ignited. And then, the bass dropped. Opening performance. Izumi Usagiyama. Sweet but psycho. Cue-pounding synth beat. A single strobe light scans the stage as fog swirls. At her feet, the crowd screams as Izumi struts into view, mic in hand. "Oh, she's sweet but psycho, a little bit psycho at night. She's screaming. I'm a mile my mind," she sings with a confident smirk, swaying her hips. Mina, Hagakure, and Uraraka hit the backup choreography. Behind her with flawless timing. "Oh, she's hot, but a psycho so left, but she's right though at night." She's screaming, "I'm out my mind," but Kugu's controlled explosion UX punctuate each beat as she whips her body with dancer-like control. "She'll make you curse, but she a blessin'. She'll rip your shirt within a second. You'll be coming back for seconds with your plate. You just can't help it." Kirishima and Siro flip across the stage in coordinated stunts. The audience is losing it. No. You'll play along, let her lead you on," you'll be saying. No. Then saying, yes, 'cause she messing with your head as she sings. Izumi struts forward, locking eyes with the audience, smirking. "Oh, she's sweet but a psycho a little bit. Psycho at night. She's screaming, I'm a mile my mind. Oh, she's hot but a psycho so left, but she's right, though at night. She's screaming, I'm a mile my mind." Behind her, the lighting flashes between BLD red and ultraviolet, a visual representation of her power and mystique. "Grab a cop gun. Kinda crazy she's poison, but tasty, yeah. People say run, don't walk away, 'cause she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho at night. She's screaming, I'm a mile my mind." The camera pans to the crowd. Eri is on top of Machi, both bouncing to the beat, while present Mike is yelling into a mic, hyping the crowd like a sports commentator. Aizawa blinks slowly but nods in begrudging approval. "See," someone said, "don't drink her potions. She'll kiss your neck with no emotion when she's mean. You know you love it 'cause she tastes so sweet. Don't sugarcoat it." The chorus slams back in, and Izumi tosses her head, white hair flying as she dances with predatory elegance. No. You'll play along, let her lead you on. You'll be saying, no. Then saying, yes, 'cause she messing with your head. Hey, oh, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho at night. She's screaming, I'm on my mind. Oh, she's hot but a psycho so left, but she's right though at night. She's screaming, I'm on my mind. The music pauses momentarily as she strikes a pose. Mid-stage, the crowd holds its breath. Grab a cop gun. Kinda crazy she's poison but tasty. Yeah. People say, run, don't walk away, 'cause she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho at night. She's screaming, I'm out my mind. Eri is leading a group of elementary schoolers in a Bunny Mama fan chant, while Nizu takes furious notes, possibly about stage UX and emotional manipulation. You're just like me. You're out your mind, I know. It's strange. We're both the crazy kind. You're telling me that I'm insane, boy. Don't pretend that you don't love the pain. Oh, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho at night. She's screaming, I'm a mile my mind. Oh, she's hot but a psycho so left, but she's right though at night. She's screaming, Mama mile my mind. Grab a cop gun. Kinda crazy she's poison but tasty, yeah. People say, run, don't walk away, 'cause she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho at night. She's screaming, I'm a mile my mind. The final line fades into echo, her voice haunting, addictive, unforgettable. The lights cut. Silence. Then the explosion of applause. The crowd erupts. Jairu is openly crying. Mina has passed out face first into a glitter cannon. Aizawa is suspiciously wiping at his eyes. And in the center of it all, Izumi Usagiyama stands like a goddess of chaos incarnate, head bowed, sweat glistening, red eyes shining. The crowd had lost their minds as Izumi Usagiyama struck her final pose, and the last echo of "Sweet but Psycho" rang through the air. The entire gymnasium thundered with applause, cheers, stomping feet, and shrieks of uncontained joy. Streamers shot into the air, lights burst in, vibrant colors, and someone in the back launched a confetti cannon that no one remembered. Authorizing. Eri clung to the front edge of the stage, eyes sparkling like stars as she clapped so. Harder palms turned red, cheeks pooed up in a pout of hopeful demand. One more. Mama, one more. Please. That was the final blow. No one could say no to Eri, especially not Izumi. Aizawa, present in the audience and sipping from a very necessary thermos of kue, sighed in resignation as the entire crowd began chanting, "One more song. One more song." Mina practically tackled Izumi as she returned backstage, eyes wild. "Please tell me you have something else ready." Izumi shrugged, only slightly winded, her white hair shifting in the stage. "Breeze. Not really. Then improvise like the goddess you are." Jairu cried, slamming her headset back on. Izumi stepped back onto the stage. The crowd roared louder than before. She lifted the mic slowly. "All right," she said coolly, voice amplified with just the right amount of echo. "This one goes out to my daughter and anyone who's ever wanted to set the world on fire." Gasps. Hushed murmurs. Did she just say daughter? No one had time to question it. The lights turned BLD red. The guitar Ryu hit. Izumi Usagiyama, "Hail to the King" by Avenged. Sevenfold. The drums pounded like war thunder. A slow, almost ritualistic march of sound. Izumi stood still, head bowed, letting the weight of the moment hang before she exploded into motion. Watch your tongue, or have it cut from your head. Save your life by keeping whispers. Unsaid children roam the streets. Now, orphans of war bodies hanging in the streets to adore. Images flashed behind her on the screen, vague silhouettes of battle, of devastation, and fire. Izumi prowled the stage like a lioness, her presence commanding. Royal flames will carve a path in chaos, bringing daylight to the night. Death is riding into the town with armor. They've come to take all your rights on cue. Bakugo triggered perfectly timed miniature explosions. Along the stage edge, Todoroki raised icy battlements to frame her like a throne room. "Hail to the king, hail to the one, kneel to the crown, stand in the sun, hail to the king." Mina and Siro shredded backup guitar, while Jairu slammed her jacks into the amps for bass. Resonance. Eri bounced on Machi near the front row, waving a little red flag shaped like a crown. "Hail, hail, hail the king." The lights dimmed as silhouettes of thrones and ruined kingdoms appeared behind her. Her voice dipped to a growl. "BLD is spilled while holding keys to the throne. Born again, but it's too late to atone. No mercy from the edge of the blade. Dare escape and learn the price to be paid. Let the water flow with shades of red. Now arrows black out all the light. Death is riding into the town with armor. They've come to grant you your rights. Hail to the king. Hail to the one, kneel to the crown, stand in the sun. Hail to the king, hail, hail. Hail the king." Izumi struck a defiant stance on a rising platform as colored fog swirled beneath her feet. The sheer power in her voice shook the rafters. There's a taste of fear when the henchmen call Iron Fist to tame the land. Iron Fist to claim it all. The instrumental blazed as lights turned white hot. She stood above her classmates and the audience like a conquering queen. Jairu and Kaminari doubled the tempo for one final chorus. "Hail to the king, hail to the one. Kneel to the crown, stand in the sun. Hail to the king, hail to the one. Kneel to the crown, stand in the sun. Hail to the king." As the final note echoed into silence, the crowd sat stunned for a beat longer than humanly possible. Then chaos. Screams. Cheers. Crying. Someone fainted in the third row. Nizu, present in the VIP box, was dabbing at his eyes with a tiny monogrammed handkerchief. Midnight fanned herself dramatically. Present Mike had literally climbed onto Aizawa's shoulders and was screaming into the sky. And in the middle of it all, Eri pointed proudly and shouted, "That's my mama." No one dared disagree. And all across the country, as the broadcast hit HeroNet and social media platforms simultaneously, the internet imploded. Hashtag Bunny Mama Queen, hashtag Izumi Usagiyama owning my soul, hashtag Hail to the Queen. The legend only grew, and the cultural festival, it had just become a national holiday in spirit. The final chords of Hail to the King reverberated like cannon fire through the air, drums echoing in the chests of the crowd, guitars shredding through their minds like lightning. Smoke curled, the speakers, lights dimming in the wake of the sonic storm. Izumi Usagiyama stood on center stage, sweat glistening her pale skin, snow-white hair falling messily around her face. Her crimson eyes gleamed like burning embers. Eri clung to the front railing beside Class 1A, her eyes wide with unfiltered awe and the kind of joy no one had seen from her before. The crowd sat in stunned silence. No one moved. No one breathed. Then came the roar. The festival erupted into sheer, uncontrollable chaos as the audience screamed in euphoric disbelief. Some were sobbing. Others looked like they'd just seen the second coming of All Might. Phones were up. Live streams had gone viral within seconds. Hashtags were exploding. Hashtag Hail to the Queen Usagiyama. Hashtag Mama Bunny Sings Metal. Hashtag Cultural Festival Goddess Izumi just grinned. That smile was dangerous. Her crimson eyes suddenly narrowed like a predator, catching scent. From the rooftops nearby, someone stirred. Gentle, she caught the sound of a camera whirring. "It's time," La Brava whispered, adrenaline thick in her voice. Gentle, criminal adjusted his coattails and tipped his top hat forward. He was moments away from beginning his broadcast, ready to declare his disruption of the festival as a protest for individuality, to make a statement about the rigidity of society. Except fate had other plans. More accurately, Izumi had other plans. She launched. There was no warning. One moment she stood, proudly on the stage. The next, the ground cracked beneath her, launching her forward like a missile with a sonic boom of compressed air. Gentle barely had time to blink. The only words he managed to get out were, "Wait, what is crack?" Izumi's boot collided with his chest like the wrath of a vengeful god. The man crumpled like a tin can. His eyes rolled back before he even hit the rooftop. His body flopped to the ground like a rag doll. The livestream camera bounced twice and shut OU. From below, the crowd collectively gasped. La Brava froze. Her pupils shrank as Izumi turned to her, eyes glowing with feral energy. The teen looked like she just walked the cover of a heavy metal album, bloodlust in the form of a teenage girl with thighs strong enough to shatter concrete. I surrender, La Brava said, tears forming in her eyes as she raised her hands. "Please don't suplex me." Izumi blinked. The rage in her body abruptly halted like a screeching tire. "That's all it took. I watched you beat Overhaul like he owed you money. I saw what you did to Muscular. I have nothing to prove." La Brava whimpered, gesturing helplessly at Gentle's KO'd form. "That man was my whole future. Now he looks like a crumpled paper bag." Sirens wailed in the distance. Hound Dog and a small squad of UA security arrived seconds later, jaws slack as they took in the scene. Izumi standing over Gentle, criminal, who was deeply unconscious and partially embedded in the roof, and La Brava, tearfully surrendering with her camera still recording. "I didn't even know we had a rooftop." "Team," one of the teachers whispered. Back at the festival, Aizawa sipped his kuei in silence as Nizu reviewed the security feed on a tablet. She launched herself the stage, tackled a villain a rooftop, neutralized him instantly, and then just stood there waiting for the authorities. Nizu said, barely able to contain a laugh. She's Uishant, Aizawa replied blandly. Niza chuckled. She's terrifying. Later that night, Izumi was back at the dorms, still in her festival outfit, sitting on the couch with a half-asleep Eri curled up in her lap and Machi snuggled beside them like a living beanbag. Was I too extra? She asked, sipping juice from a protein shaker. Mina stared at her like she had grown a second head. You launch yourself into the sky and symbiote a criminal in the middle of your concert. So that's a no. The next morning, photos from the event had gone global. One showed Izumi mid-air, a glowing white meteor of vengeance descending upon a stunned, gentle criminal. Another captured Eri, riding Machi through the festival like a chibi warlord. And one went viral instantly, the moment after the curb stomp, with Izumi standing over the flattened villain like a victorious Dark Queen, while Hail to the King still echoed in the background. Trending hashtags, hashtag Gentle got stomped, hashtag Sweet But Psycho confirmed, hashtag Suplex Queen Usagiyama, hashtag Mama Izumi, Gentle Criminal awoke. 3 days later, when the doctor asked what he remembered, he only said one word, thighs. Final note from present mixed school broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Class 1A. And an especially massive shout-out to the living legend herself, the Metalhead Mama, the Suplex Supreme, the undisputed queen of the curb stomp, Usagiyama Izumi. Also known as the hero, Red Rampage. It was a Tuesday morning. Quiet, sunny, suspiciously uneventful. Too uneventful. The air was still. Machi, Izumi's battle bunny and unofficial mascot of Class 1A, was lounging on the front lawn like a fur-covered beanbag chair. Eri sat on his back, humming a made-up song while brushing the side of his head with a pink glitter comb. Inside the dorms, Izumi Usagiyama was in the middle of what could only be described as a post-curb stomp cool-down, aka lying face down on the common room couch, wrapped in a blanket burrito with Eri's Hello Kitty pillow under her face. She hadn't even been awake 10 minutes when the knock came. Knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Ugh, she grumbled, rolling the couch like a corpse falling from shelf. She shulled to the door in socked feet, cracked it open, and was greeted by a suit-wearing UPS man holding a small carbon fiber lockbox glowing faintly with what could only be described as mimetic power. Izumi Usagiyama, the man asked, squinting at the DLVRY note. You need a sign for this. Izumi blinked. That box looks like it contains a divine relic. It might. I'm not legally allowed to. No, he replied, handing over a stylus. With a shrug, Izumi signed, took the box, and thanked him with a protein bar before shutting the door. She returned to the living room, sat cross-legged, and popped the lock. Inside was a laminated golden card. Glossy, perfectly centered, framed in soft black velvet. It gleamed under the ceiling light with godlike authority, emblazoned in bold white lettering. The N-word pass awarded to Usagiyama Izumi, issued by the Global Black Delegation, certified by Shaquille O'Neal, Morgan Freeman, and Samuel L. Jackson. Used with caution. Don't be stupid. Expiration, never. There was a long silence. Izumi stared at it. Then she turned the card over. The back simply read, We saw the suplex. You earned it. What the hell is that? Kaminari screeched from across the common room, having peeked over Izumi's shoulder. Minetta, who had snuck in unnoticed, dropped his juice box in sheer awe. No, freaking way. Mina screamed and ran out of the kitchen like she'd just seen a unicorn punch God. Izumi got the end pass. The gold one. It's even laminated, Ciro whispered reverently. But Kugo stomped in a moment later. What the hell are you all yelling, Abu? He stopped cold the moment he saw the card. His eye twitched. That's not real. That's not. You can't just. Who authorized that? Samuel L. Jackson. Izumi replied flatly, holding up the back. But Kugo blinked. Carry on. By mid-afternoon, the entire campus knew. Nizu had to field 5 press inquiries about it. Present Mike wanted a selfie with her and the card. Eraserhead didn't even react, just muttered something. At this point, I'm not surprised by anything she does. All Might stared at the card for a full 2 minutes before slowly sitting down and whispering, "You're more powerful than I ever was." Later that day, Eri was sitting in Izumi's lap, her arms crossed, her best pout fully loaded. The Flemish giant Machi lay beside them, lazily munching on a watermelon the size of a beach ball. "Mama," Eri said, deadly serious. "Yes, small warrior," Izumi replied, brushing a strand of hair from Eri's face. "You have to make another song." Izumi paused. Eri's eyes widened in the way that only adorable, emotionally manipulative children could manage. "Please, for me," she added, adding the softest, most weaponized pout in her arsenal. Mina, who had been spying from the hallway, nearly fainted from the sheer cuteness overload. Kaminari dropped his phone. Shoji was weeping softly in the corner. "Eri," Izumi said, her tone serious, "do you understand what you're asking?" The girl nodded solemnly. "Yes, but it has to be awesome." There was a silence. Then Izumi cracked her knuckles. "Say less." That night, Izumi sat at her desk in her room, headphones on, notepad in hand. She wore a hoodie, 3 sizes too big, her expression one of intense, godlike concentration. A rough beat played, softly in the background, something dark, catchy, commanding. Her fingers tapped the desk in time with the rhythm, pencil flying as she scribbled down lyrics and notes. Eri curled up on Machi's back, peeked over the desk. "Is it done yet?" Izumi turned her head slowly, like an ominous anime protagonist in the middle of a dramatic monologue. Soon, outside the dorms, a faint breeze stirred the trees. The moon shone overhead. Somewhere in the city, a music producer inexplicably woke up from a dream of rabbits, explosions, and guitars. The world didn't know it yet, but something was coming, and was going to slap. The sun had barely risen when the chaos began. It all started with a countdown. Izumi Usagiyama, official HeroTube channel, scheduled premiere, Tipsy, new song drop. At 7 a.m. Japan Standard Time, the thumbnail was already enough to start a wildfire. Izumi, leaning casually against Machi, dressed in a black bomber jacket and a pair of ripped jeans, her hair in a messy ponytail, red, eyes glowing under tinted glasses. Eri, perched on Machi's back, flashed a peace sign with a juice box in her other hand, her war bunny decked out in a little gold chain and sunglasses. The comments were already breaking HeroTube. At Barrel Rider 97, "Is it just me or does that bunny look like he drops mixtapes on the weekend?" At Pro Hero News _Japan, Usagiyama, Izumi's debut. Single shattered every metric in the book. "Is Tipsy about to do it again?" At Mommy City Fan 94, "I don't even drink, and I'm preemptively hungover." "Let's go at 6:59 a.m. The world collectively held its breath. Then, 7 a.m. The screen faded in from black. "My baby want a Birkin. She's been telling me all night long, gasoline and groceries." The list goes on and on. "This 9 to 5 ain't working. Why the hell do I work so hard? I can't worry about my problems. I can't take them when I'm gone." The beat slammed in, a bold, southern country rock Ryu laced with a heavy 808 kick. The video opened with Izumi walking down a neon-lit alley near a karaoke bar, her red eyes flickering with mischief, a sly grin tugging at her lips. Behind her, Mina and Jiro flanked her like backup dancers, and Eri, in a glitter jacket, rode Machi like a parade float, waving at stunned passersby. 1. Here comes the 2 to the 3 to the 4. Tell him bring another round. We need plenty more two-stepping on the table. She don't need a dance floor. Oh my. Good lord, in the next cut, Izumi launched onto a bar table mid-verse, surrounded by fellow heroes and civilians, two-stepping with a bottle of soda, because Eri insisted. Confetti exploded in the background as Kaminari attempted to line dance with Zero and face-planted. "Someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. They know me, and Jack Daniels got a history." There's a party downtown near 5th Street, everybody at the bar getting tipsy, a flash cut showed. Izumi kicking the door open to a downtown dive bar, greeted by the wild cheer of familiar faces. MT Lady, Fat Gum, and even Eraserhead grudgingly sipping juice in a dark corner. The camera panned across the crowd, catching glimpses of dancing civilians and chibi-size fan merch of Izumi being sold at a makeshift stand. I've been boozy since I've left. I ain't changing for it, eh? Check tell my ma I ain't forget. Oh Lord, I woke up drunk at 10 a.m. We gon' do this SH again. Tell your girl to bring a friend. Oh Lord. Izumi walked across the bar top, miming stumbling with a mock drunken grin while Eri, dressed like a tiny bartender, poured juice into shot glasses and high-five people. Mina did a backflip. Someone crashed through a snack table. It was glorious. 1. Here comes the 2 to the 3 to the 4. Tell 'em, bring another round. We need plenty more. 2 stepping on the table. She don't need a dance floor, oh my. Good Lord then. Came the chorus again, louder, bigger, with the whole bar singing along. Someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. They know me and Jack Daniels got a history. Way back, there's a party downtown near 5th Street. Okay, let's go. Everybody at the bar. Getting tipsy. At the bar getting tipsy. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. At the bar getting tipsy. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. The screen flickered with fast cuts. Izumi doing a mic toss to Jiro, who caught it mid-verse. Eri pretending to DJ on a toy turntable. Present mic crashing. Through the door wearing glow sticks and goggles. Even Nizu, cameoing with a tiny cup of tea. 1. Here comes the 2 to the 3 to the 4. When's last call? And they kick us out the door. It's getting kind of late, but the ladies want some more. Oh my. Good Lord, tell 'em drinks on. Me? Someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. They know me. And Jack Daniels got a history. Way back. There's a party downtown near 5th Street. Come on. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. Oh, someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. Double shot of whiskey. They know me, and Jack Daniels got a history. It's Jack. D. At the bottom of a bottle. Don't miss me, baby. Don't miss me. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. At the bar getting tipsy. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. That's effing messed up, bro. They kicked me out the bar the final shot. Izumi dragging Kaminari by the ankle out of the bar as he yelled, I wasn't even that drunk, while Eri shook her head, sipping apple juice from a wine glass with exaggerated disapproval. The video faded to black, with white letters, produced by Eri Entertainment, filmed by Class 1A, against their will. 10 minutes after upload, HeroTube servers crashed from the view count. Hashtag Tipsy Queen trended in 14 countries. Hashtag Mama Usagi dropped back into the top 10. A debate ignited across Hero Twitter about how Izumi could drop a club anthem and look like she could lift a tank with her thighs. Meanwhile, Eri was fielding business calls with the seriousness of a CEO, telling people things like, no, Mama's not doing a duet unless I say so, while brushing mochi and nibbling crackers. And Izumi, she leaned back in her desk chair, legs on her windowsill, watching the chaos unfold with a smirk. Yeah, she muttered to herself, stretching. This is definitely what hero school is supposed to be like. The fluorescent lighting in the HPSC's underground command room was as cold and clinical as ever. Izumi Usagiyama sat at the long steel conference table, fingers drumming rhythmically on the surface. Her white hair was tied back into a loose braid, red eyes cool and unreadable, the tips of her rabbit ears twitching in the silence. She wore her new tactical gear, sleek matte black armor plates reinforced over her usual bodysuit, designed for minimal restriction of movement while enhancing durability. Across from her sat 3 of the highest-ranking officials of the Hero Public Safety Commission. None of them spoke for a long while. Finally, the director, a woman with graying hair and sharp eyes, slid a folder across the table. Codename Liberty Cage. Izumi picked up the folder, flipped it open, and scanned the contents. Within seconds, she had devoured every line. Her face remained impassive, but the fingers tapping the table stopped. The air felt heavier. You want me? Izumi said, voice low, to take on the entire Meta Liberation Army. Alone. Not want. The director corrected. We need you to. A second agent leaned forward. We've discovered that Redestro's forces have grown exponentially. Quirk user radicals are being trained in urban combat, guerrilla tactics, and Quirk-based warfare. They've begun consolidating control over Daikica City and parts of the surrounding region. Their numbers are projected to be in the thousands. Izumi didn't blink. And what's the plan? Drop me in, let me cause a ruckus, and hope I come out in one piece. Not hope, the director repeated calmly. Expect. Another. Agent slid a flash drive across the table. You have 5 days. Study their logistics. Redestro is your primary target, but eliminating command elements, demolishing armories, and dismantling propaganda nodes are all secondary priorities. Izumi stared at the drive without moving. And what if I say no? The director leaned back. Then we'll have no choice but to launch a full-scale siege. Casualties, hero, and civilian would be in the thousands. Possibly more. We're not asking this lightly. But after Jaku and after Mizudafu, her voice trailed OU. The implication was clear. You're the only one strong enough to do this and walk away. Izumi exhaled slowly. I'll do it. The room didn't celebrate. No applause. No nods of appreciation. Just grim acceptance. The director stood. Your departure is scheduled for Friday night. Use your time wisely, Usagiyama. As Izumi stood to leave, the director added one last thing. And, Izumi, don't get killed. Izumi smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. I have a 5-year-old who thinks I'm invincible. I'd hate to disappoint her. Later that evening, Heights Alliance. Dorm's Eri was curled up on the couch under a mountain of blankets, Machi resting beside her, like a loyal guard dog, his massive form rising and falling softly with each breath. On the nearby screen, the Bunny Princess and the Carrot Kingdom played softly in the background. Izumi sat beside them, arms wrapped around her knees, watching Eri without saying anything. The moment had to come. Eri, she said gently. MMH. Eri turned, wide ruby eyes blinking up at her. I'm going on a mission in a couple days. A long one. How long? A few days. Maybe more. Is it dangerous? Izumi hesitated, then nodded. Yeah. Eri frowned and shifted in her seat. Do you have to go? I do, Izumi said softly, brushing Eri's hair behind her ear. Because if I don't, a lot of people could get hurt. And I don't want you to ever grow up in a world where that kind of danger keeps spreading. But what if they try to hurt you? Izumi smiled. Then I'll hurt them first. Eri's lips trembled. Promise you'll come back. Izumi pulled her close and kissed the top of her head. I promise, carrot cake. I'll be back before Machi eats all your snacks. Machi made a low, disgruntled grunt. Eri giggled. Then she looked up, very serious. Then you better bring me back something cool. Day one of prep Izumi didn't rest. She downloaded all enemy schematics, floor plans of Daikica's buildings, known troop movement patterns, and psychological profiles of Redestro and his lieutenants. Her brain, already far faster than most. Human processors, thanks to her Quirk-enhanced neural grid, began assembling a full tactical web. She mapped every exit, every bottleneck, every structural weak point. She also trained, not the usual kind. She trained for speed kills, silent takedowns, blinding force, urban tunnel, warfare. By the second night, Izumi had crafted a full infiltration plan using only street-level knowledge, predicted power usage zones, sewer schematics, and topographical overlays. Day 3, Mina tried to distract her with snacks and bad dancing. Kaminari tried to teach her a secret handshake. Aizawa said nothing but left protein supplements by her door. But the one who got through, Eri. She stomped into Izumi's room with a crayon drawing of Izumi riding Machi into battle, yelling, "Get bonked, evil, with glittery red eyes and a rainbow behind her. Izumi tacked it to the inside of her armor vest. Day 5. Night. Izumi stood at the edge of the airstrip. The transport jet was dark gray, unmarked, silent, waiting. She wore her reinforced stealth armor, jet black with crimson trim. Her red eyes glowed like twin beacons in the dark. Her expression was cold, but her posture relaxed, controlled, dangerous. She handed Eri her hoodie. For you. I'll need it back when I come home. Eri hugged it tightly, trying not to cry. Jiro hugged Izumi next, slipping her an earpiece. Just in case. Izumi nodded. Thanks. The last hug came from Aizawa. It wasn't long, just a hand on her shoulder. You do what you have to, he said. I'll keep your kids safe. Izumi nodded. Then she boarded, en route to Daikica, as the city skyline rose ahead, glowing orange under the dying light of dusk. Izumi stood at the open cargo door of the jet. She tapped her earpiece. Usagiyama moving in, and then with a gust of wind and a flash of crimson, she jumped. A solo descent. One woman. Thousands of enemies. The war had begun. Daikica City at night was not quiet. Spotlights swept across the urban skyline, illuminating patrol routes, checkpoint barricades, and tall steel towers that jutted like spikes into the air. The Meta Liberation Army had turned the city into a war machine, its bones remade with ideology and cold steel. Propaganda posters adorned every wall, red and white flags bearing the freedom kanji snapping in the dry wind. The hum of generators underscored the rhythmic marching of thousands of troops armed with quirks, weapons, and blind fanaticism. And then a red blur streaked from the sky like a meteor, slamming into the cracked pavement of a central boulevard with an impact that shook the ground for blocks. The explosion of dust and concrete caught every eye. From the crater, a figure slowly rose, clad in jet black armor that gleamed under the moonlight, with red eyes glowing like molten rubies and long white hair trailing like a ghost banner. Izumi Usagiyama stood, upright, silent, still, terrifying. Target confirmed. It's her. The bunny. Engage. Hundreds of troops began to converge, armed to the teeth with crowd suppression quirks, high-yield tasers, sound cannons, and impact rounds. They poured into the wide avenue from all directions. Rooftops, alleyways, sewer grates, even from air via flight quirks. Izumi didn't move. Then she took one single step forward and charged. The first wave, a wall of riot shields slammed, together with military precision. Behind them, a phalanx of quirk users prepared a coordinated barrage, ice, fire, gravity distortion, razor winds, and compressive force fields. Dozens of quirks, activated at once, forming a shimmering wall of elemental death. Izumi didn't slow down. She accelerated, and then crash. She hit the first line like a freight train made of fury and muscle. The front row shields exploded outward as Izumi twisted low, catching two shield bearers by the ankles and flinging them skyward like rag dolls. A second later, her heel came, down on the pavement, launching her into a flip over the elemental barrage, right into the heart of their formation. She landed in their midst, fists blazing, limbs moving too fast for the eye to follow. A fire user swung his arms, launching a tidal wave of flame, too slow. Izumi closed the distance in a heartbeat and elbowed him in the face so hard his mask shattered and he spun through the air like a kick can. One tried to contain her with gravitational crush fields. Too obvious. Izumi somersaulted above the pressurized dome and came down like a guillotine, her foot snapping the device in half and sending the operator skidding 10 feet away unconscious. She pivoted, snapped a soldier's baton in half with a palm strike, grabbed him by the collar, and used his body like a battering ram to plow through a half dozen more. Another wave came from the rear, shockwave and concussive force quirks lining up for a focus shot. Izumi's ears twitched once, She vanished in a blur. The next moment, she was in the air above them, a streak of black and crimson fury. Her descent was meteor-like. Boom! The shock wave of her landing knocked out the entire backline, their bodies flung like leaves in a hurricane. Her fists, blurred as she moved, elbow to throat, knee to sternum, spin kick to temple, dozens fell. Within seconds, their screams filled the air, and she kept moving. Command HQ 10 blocks. Away, sir, she's cut. Through Sector 3 and 4 already. We sent 200 trained operatives. Redestro's field commander, an older man with half his face covered in cybernetic implants, gritted his teeth. I don't care if she's a demon. Slow her down. Sir, she is a demon. Street level, Sector 6 by now, Izumi was coated in dirt, dust, and flecks of BLD, none of her own. Her breathing was steady, measured, controlled. Her expression hadn't changed. The sheer calm on her face made it worse for those watching. A squad of 20 fresh Quirk users leapt from a rooftop to ambush her. She ducked under the first slash, caught a wrist mid-air, twisted it until she heard the pop of dislocation, and used that same arm to swing the attacker like a flail into two others. She ducked low, spun, and suplex one through a vending machine, leaving nothing but sparks and twisted metal. From the side, someone tried to catch her with a net of electrified barbed wire. She caught the net, twisted the cords around her forearms, and ripped it free, flinging it into a group of approaching gunners. Electricity exploded out in a web of chaos. Another step, another punch, another bone, shattered. Who is she? That was the whispered phrase that rippled through comms. She's not a hero, someone said. She's a weapon, a monster. She's the reason villains have nightmares. 30 minutes later, the street was littered with broken gear, craters shattered, helmets and groaning bodies. Smoke curled from collapsed buildings, many walls now bearing the imprint of someone's face or body. And Izumi. She kept walking. Her pace didn't falter. Her steps echoed with terrifying rhythm. She hadn't even used her quirk's full output yet. A final soldier limped into her path, shakily raising his hands. Please don't, Izumi. Crouched, red eyes meeting his. Go home, she said quietly. You're not ready for this war. And she let him flee, because her real target was waiting. Daikica City was on fire. Smoke curled like black serpents across the skyline. The streets were in ruin, shattered pavement broken, street lamps, flaming debris littering the ground like the aftermath of a divine catastrophe. Sirens wailed, but no help came. The Meta Liberation Army had seized every inch of infrastructure and every emergency channel, and yet it was they who were under siege. At the epicenter of the destruction stood one woman, Izumi Usagiyama. Her armor bore the scars of battle, scorch marks, dinted plating, cracked pauldrons, but she stood tall. Her white hair was flecked with soot, stained with specks of BLD. Red eyes gleamed with cold determination. Her breathing remained slow, calm, focused. She rolled her shoulders. Her ears twitched. From every direction, alleys, rooftops, cracked windows, and underground tunnels they came. 3,000 combatants, not civilians, not conscripts. These were the Meta Liberation Armies. Elite, veteran fighters, fanatics, Quirk users trained for war. Some bore cybernetic augmentations, others wore armored exosuits. All were armed and ready to die. And at their front stood a commander, his voice amplified by Quirk-enhanced speakers. You are alone. Usagiyama. Outnumbered. Surrounded. You should surrender. Izumi tilted her head. Then, crack her neck. 3,000. She said softly, voice low but clear. They should have sent more. The first collision, they charged all at once. A wave of bodies and quirks surged toward her from every angle. Smoke grenades, concussion pulses, firebombs, and razor wind. Projectiles filled the air. The sound was deafening, a symphony of war. Izumi responded in kind. She launched forward, slamming into the front line like a comet. Her body twisted midair, and her foot struck the pavement with a seismic stomp. Boom! The shockwave blasted back the first 100 like leaves in a gale. With a blur of motion, she seized a hulking brute wielding a sledgehammer. Quirk suplexed him backward into his allies and kicked him hard enough that he bounced OU the asphalt. Then she spun low and roundhouse kicked 5 more into the side of a bus, warping the metal frame. One soldier screamed and rushed forward with electrified chains. Izumi caught them mid-spin, yanked him OU his feet, and flung him into the air, following up with a straight punch that launched another into a broken billboard. She never stopped moving. A spinning elbow into a ribcage, a curb stomp that shattered the ground, a jump kick that knocked 3 armored riot troopers through a concrete barrier. Sector flanks, close ranks, surround her, take out her legs. Multiple suppression squads converged, activating anti-mobility quirks, sticky tar traps, gravity wells, binding shadows. Izumi ran straight into the chaos and jumped. In midair, she twisted her body and ricocheted OUA, collapsing building like a bullet, redirecting herself toward the backline. She landed behind them with a thunderous thud. Boo! Dozens turned just in time to see her fist. A single punch turned their formation into confetti. 10 minutes in, over 800 had fallen, burned, bruised, broken. Some had leapt out of the way and stayed down. Others screamed in confusion over comms. We can't hold her. She's not human. She's not human. The midfield collapsed. They switched tactics. A coordinated strike of 50 high-level Quirk users formed a perimeter around her, each using long-range suppression. Bombardments of explosive wind, acidic mist, magnetic pulses, and telekinetic shrapnel all came flying in. Izumi held up her arms, bracing through it all. The mist cleared. She was still standing, barely scratched. She exhaled once, crouched low, and vanished. She blitzed the entire circle, breaking bones in every direction. Her blows didn't just land, they devastated. She kicked a woman wielding concrete manipulation into a lamppost with enough force to snap it in half. Another was thrown into the air by a suplex so powerful the sound barrier cracked mid-flight. BLD sprayed across the pavement. Retreat, retreat. But there was nowhere to run. High-altitude surveillance. Drone feed, live feed transmitting. Unit 3121 still active. The feed shook violently as Izumi looked directly into the camera. Then she leapt dozens of meters into the air. She spun mid-flight and drop-kicked the surveillance drone with such force that it shattered into a rain of metal and sparks. Transmission lost. 15 minutes in, over 1,500 down. The rest were panicking. Formations broke down. Chain of command collapsed. Squads attempted to flee, but Izumi cut them OU like a predator among cattle. One leap, one dash, one kick. Dozens fell. Commander's bunker sweat poured down the ouster's face. She's beaten more than half. How? How? Redestro's voice crackled through the radio. She was never meant to be caged. You gave her war. She is giving you extinction. Back in the streets, a blast of fire took her by surprise, hitting her left side. She grunted, skidding backwards. 10 soldiers rushed in, weapons drawn. She smiled, her first smile of the day. She raised her leg and slammed it. Down. Crack. The ground exploded. Dust filled the air, blinding everyone. Within seconds, the soldiers were flying. One by one, they were picked apart in the dust. Suplexed. Crushed. Elbowed. Tossed. Headbutt. Pinned. Final 15 minutes. By the time the clock hit 30 minutes, only 60 out of the original 3,000 were still standing. The rest, unconscious, injured, or begging for mercy. Izumi stood alone in the center of the carnage. Her knuckles were bloodied. Her breathing was calm. Her red eyes shimmered in the burning light. She cracked her neck once more and muttered, "Next." Redestro watched from a high balcony. She's not Just a hero, he said softly. She's judgment given flesh. He turned from the window and strode toward the war room. Send Gigantomachia. I want to see what happens when the mountain meets the moon. The wind howled across Daikica City. Buildings stood in ruins. Fires still burned in alleyways. The remains of the Meta Liberation Army littered the streets, thousands of them groaning, unconscious, or too terrified to move. And standing at the center of it all was Izumi Usagiyama, bloodied, bruised, breathing slow and calm. But her red eyes had shifted. No longer calculating, no longer amused. They were focused, because the air had changed. A tremor rolled beneath her feet. Then another, and another. A massive shadow blotted out what remained of the early afternoon sun. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain had arrived. Gigantomachia, the titan, the destroyer, all for one's personal juggernaut. 40 meters tall, thick cords of muscle wrapped in armor-like flesh. Eyes glowing with primitive rage. Claws like spears. His footfalls caused localized quakes. Each step cratered the earth. He roared a sound that shattered glass and shook the heavens. Izumi didn't flinch. She stared up at him, brushing BLD from her chin. Her ears flicked once. He snarled and charged, the ground erupting beneath. Each stomp. Round one, his first swipe was a mountain-splitting backhand. Izumi ducked, just under it, her hair whipping in the wind, and leapt onto his arm. She sprinted up the length of it, dodging his second hand as it tried to crush her, and vaulted toward his face. Her fist struck him between the eyes. Boom! His head reeled back, jaw cracking from the force. He stumbled, roaring in frustration. Not pain, frustration. She landed lightly, kicking OU rubble and resetting. Her stance. Big, ugly, loud, she muttered. Okay, let's dance. Round two, he came down, with both fists trying to hammer her into the earth. Izumi dodged left, then spun under the shockwave. She swept his leg out from beneath him, partially, and he stumbled, causing a minor landslide of broken street and dust. She climbed his leg like a jaguar, flipping OU his knee, and striking his ribs with a rapid combo. Punch, elbow, knee, kick. She heard something crack, but Gigantomachia didn't fall. Instead, he grabbed her midair, crushing her in one hand. Usagiyama, he roared. Break. And then, he squeezed. Pressure and power, Izumi grit. Her teeth. Ribs popped. Her arms screamed in protest. But she didn't scream. She grinned. Then, flash step. She vanished from his grip with a pulse of air and force, reappearing behind. In midair, her body twisted, rabbit fawn barrage, final arc. Her leg crashed into the back of his skull like a meteor. Crack. Gigantomachia stumbled forward. BLD finally spilled. She didn't let up. She chased the momentum, drop-kicking the back of his knee. The Titan fell to one leg, howling in pain. She landed in front of him, raised both fists, and unleashed dozens of strikes in a heartbeat. A blinding flurry of elbows, fists, and knees, all aimed at vital joints, nerve clusters, and exposed bone. Tum-tum, T-cho-him then, her leg cocked back. God split her, and she kicked him square in the chest. Collapse of the mountain Gigantomachia. Flew, not metaphorically, literally. The 40-meter Titan was hurled backwards through 3 city blocks, demolishing everything in his path. He slammed into an abandoned skyscraper, which collapsed under the force of the impact. The dust cloud blotted out the sky. Izumi stood in the center of the crater she'd made, sweating, bleeding, but still standing. Aftermath, the dust began to settle. Footsteps echoed across broken concrete. Gigantomachia rose, slowly. He was dazed, limbs shaking, face bruised. BLD trickled from his mouth. But he stood tall. You strong, he muttered. Izumi cracked her knuckles. DMN right. Then she walked up to him, and before he could lift a hand, she punched him once in the temple. His eyes rolled. The mountain fell. The silence after the storm birds circled above the cratered ruins. Cameras caught it all. Every moment had been streamed, broadcast, immortalized. The girl who had walked into Daikica City alone had taken down 3,000 trained soldiers in Gigantomachia. Solo. The HBSC was silent. Even Redestro stared in mute awe. Eri, back at UA watching the feed, screamed in joy and yeeted her juice box at the ceiling. Machi, the Flemish hare, thumped. Excitedly. Epilogue. SBMSN Gigantomachia groaned, laying half-buried in a crater. Izumi stood atop his chest like a conqueror. Her red eyes gleamed. You might be ***ch now. The mountain did not argue. The Meta Liberation Army's headquarters was a looming monolith of concrete and steel, 72 stories of polished glass, proud banners, and hubris. It rose above the wreckage of Daikica like a throne built on bones. At its peak, Redestro stood with arms behind his back, watching the smoke curl in the distance. Below, the earth trembled. She's coming, murmured one aide, voice shaking. Redestro's lips curled. Let her. Winds of A. War goddess Izumi Usagiyama strolled down the main boulevard. Alone. Behind her were craters where battalions had stood, rubble where Gigantomachia had fallen, and flames licking the sky like vengeful fingers. Her school uniform was long gone, replaced with her combat gear. Matte black bodysuit reinforced with high-tension plates, carbon fiber bracers cracked from the beating she'd just delivered, and her snow-white hair streaked with soot and BLD. A single red eye gleamed beneath her bangs. The other had swollen slightly shut, already healing. She was tired, slightly winded, but more than that, she was annoyed. I'm not climbing 70 floors, she muttered. The March the Liberation Army, desperate and flailing, deployed the last of their defenders. 50 remaining elites formed ranks in front of the tower's wide plaza, each one armed with quirks meant for war. Fire, metal, shadow, gravity, they all glared at her. Izumi didn't stop walking. A lieutenant stepped forward. Halt! In the name of... Crack! Izumi vanished, then reappeared behind him. His helmet split down the center. The rest of him hit the ground before his brain processed it. The army charged. Bad idea. Storm Surge Izumi exploded through their ranks like a divine missile. A high knee shattered ribs. A spinning elbow crushed 2 jaws at once. She caught a warhammer mid-swing and used it to swat the wielder into 3 others. Quirks flared, but she dodged and redirected with impossible agility. One tried to bind her with gravity. She drop-kicked him into the pavement. Another launched blades of wind. She caught one and threw it back, bisecting his gauntlet. By the time 30 seconds had passed, all 50 were unconscious or writhing in pain. The plaza looked like a war zone. Izumi didn't even stop to pose. Collapse of a false throne, she stood at the base of the Liberation Tower. From within, alarms blared. Steel shutters locked down. Fortified barriers slammed into place. And yet, the building shuddered, as if it understood its fate. Izumi glanced up. 70 floors. Yeah, no. She took a breath, adjusted her gloves, and walked calmly to the southwest corner of the tower. Then, without fanfare, slam. Her foot crashed into the concrete base, shattering the first support beam. The execution begins north beam. Obliterated with a 2-hit combo. Southeast corner. Reduced to gravel with a suplex debris. Slab. West beam. Kicked so hard it launched through the other side. Central load-bearing pillar. Curb stomped. With each beam destroyed, the tower groaned. Its foundation wept. Glass. Cracked, steel twisted, and sirens changed pitch. People inside began screaming. On the 64th floor, a liberation. Strategists panicked, slamming on the elevator controls. It wasn't fast enough. On the 48th, a sniper squad aimed from the windows, only for the entire floor to tilt. On the rooftop, Redestro narrowed his eyes as the building began to lean. She's not climbing, whispered. He was right. Collapse with the final strike. Izumi's heel drilled into the last major pillar. A deep, Seismic crack rolled through the city. Then crunch, like an ancient beast. Giving up its final breath, the Liberation Tower lurched sideways, groaned, and began to fall. 70 floors of ego and tyranny buckled inward as the support network collapsed. Floor by floor, the building folded, breaking like stacked cards and roaring like a dying god. The sound echoed for miles. Dust swallowed the skyline. Ashes and ashen eyes. Izumi stood at the edge of the devastation. A massive crater lay before her. The once proud headquarters was reduced to a burning carcass of twisted rebar and collapsed pride. She cracked her neck. You isn't. Behind her, drones hovered. Broadcast feeds lit up across Japan. Live footage. UA. Student destroys entire base. Alone social media imploded. Hashtags. Hashtag Bunny of Ruin. Hashtag Usagiyama the Unstoppable. Hashtag Queen of Crater City, trending within minutes. Nizu, sipping his tea at UA, chuckled ominously. Well, the international community is going to have questions. Midnight screamed. Present Mike wept tears of joy. Aizawa just nodded. Redestro's reckoning. Redestro survived, barely. He had activated his quirk moments before the fall, shielding himself in reinforced stress armor. Now, buried in the rubble, he clawed his way, out coughing and bleeding. Then he looked up and froze. Izumi stood atop a slab of concrete above him, red eyes glowing in the dusk. BLD and soot staining her gear. Her shadow fell over him like judgment from above. You're alive, she said coldly. Not for long. Smoke still clung to the crater like a funeral shroud. Sparks crackled in the wreckage. A jagged iron beam jutted skyward like the broken finger of a fallen god. From beneath it, Redestro emerged, his once pristine white suit now torn and dust-choked, his right leg visibly shattered, his left hand trembling from nerve damage. His face was a mask of rage and disbelief, a twisted portrait of a man who had just witnessed his legacy collapse in under 10 minutes. Yuhi spat. Izumi Usagiyama stood on the rubble above him, one boot planted on a chunk of rebar, arms crossed over her chest. Her white hair drifted in the warm updrafts of fire and debris. Her eyes glowed crimson under the fading sun. Her response, a shrug. You got anything left, or are you going to monologue about liberation while I take a nap? Broadcast, live from Ground Zero. Dozens of drones hovered nearby, capturing the scene. This was no longer just a battle. This was theater, war's performance art, catastrophe with a soundtrack. Live on every major hero tube channel, comments flooded in. Bro, this ain't even fair anymore. She suplexed her HQ. And now she's suplexing her pride. He's fighting for his life while she's vibing. This is a war crime, and it's appealing. Redestro's last stand growling. Redestro activated his quirk fully, his body swelling with black stress armor, muscle-like plating, cracking through his skin. His stature doubled in size, massive and imposing like a demonic version of a corporate kaiju. I will not fall to a child, he roared. Izumi tilted her head. Then, you're gonna hate what happens next. The humiliation begins. He lunged, massive fists slamming down. Izumi didn't even flinch. She sidestepped the first punch like she was bored, caught the second one with her forearm, and used his own momentum to judo flip his hulking frame over her shoulder. The ground shook when he landed. Redestro tried to rise, only for Izumi to land both feet on his chest like she was riding a surfboard. Balance test, she muttered. Then she hopped OU, letting him flop like a fish. Insert music, Macarena, and then, because the world is cruel, hilarious, and chaotic, a random support corps student, seeing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, stepped out from behind a crater with a boombox. The click of a cassette, the hum of spinning tape, and then, de la tu cuerpo alegría, Macarena. The beat dropped. Everyone froze, except Izumi. She immediately turned to face the camera, arms crossing over her chest in time with the music, and started dancing. Redestro groaning, tried to get up, only for Izumi to sidestep, slap the back of his head, and keep dancing. Annihilation through rhythm, EY, Macarena. A stomp to Redestro's wrist, crack. Spin step, clap, clap, boot to the face. Twirl, hip sway, elbow drop. This wasn't just a beating. This was a dissertation on disrespect. Even the camera drones zoomed in, stunned at the sheer audacity. Aerial feed comments. Did she just dance through a boss fight? Somebody give her a Grammy and a body count. Redestro, uishally. Declare the most disrespected villain in history. Final blow. The end of liberation. Redestro, battered, dazed, armor flickering with instability, tried one last time to rise. He coughed. BLD in rage. You think this is a game? Izumi slowly walked toward him, music still, playing faintly in the background. She crouched down to eye level. No, she said softly. This is justice. Yours just happens to come with a soundtrack. And with one last twist of her hips and a sudden axe kick, she sent Redestro through 3 layers of concrete rubble. He didn't get up. Aftermath. The world reacts within minutes. Redestro, arrested. Meta Liberation Army. Collapsed. HeroTube's most viewed video of all time. Bunny Queen destroys fascist while dancing to Macarena. Merchandise. Already being printed. Back at UA, Aizawa simply pinched the bridge of his nose. Present Mike. Did you see that? She hit the Macarena into a combo. Midnight. That was horrifyingly hot. Nizu poured another cup of tea, just as planned. Somewhere in Daikica, Eri sat on Machi, eating popcorn out of a bucket nearly as big as her head. Mom is so cool. The bunny twitched his nose solemnly in agreement. 12 years had passed since the bunny queen kicked down the foundations of an empire while dancing to the Macarena. 12 years since she turned war into a stage, since she sang her way into the hearts and nightmares of an entire nation. 12 years since she adopted a traumatized little girl and tore through the underworld like a wrecking ball dipped in glitter and gunpowder. And now she was here, on the UA college campus, standing in front of a second-story dorm room, juggling 2 giggling, snow-haired, red-eyed toddlers while trying to wrestle a stood suitcase through a narrow door with 1 foot. Eri, sweetheart. Izumi. Usagiyama's voice was a little hoarse, a little older, richer, even, but still retained that signature sharpness, like honey over razor blades. If I let go of one of the gremlins to help you hang your posters, I'm legally allowed to duct tape her to the ceiling if she bites me again, right? Inside the dorm, Eri Usagiyama, now 18, rolled her eyes with the perfected patience of someone who had grown up with chaos as her lullaby. Only if it's Mika, Eri muttered, unpacking her books on healing theory and emergency Quirk surgery. Suzu actually listens. Sometimes. From where she was draped over her mother's right shoulder, Suzu, a miniature version of Izumi with puffier hair and a rounder face, giggled and stuck out her tongue. Mika, perched upside down under Izumi's left arm like a sack of wild potatoes, hissed with feral delight. You'll never catch me alive, cops. She's 3. Izumi deadpanned to no one in particular, and already plotting a jailbreak. They're evolving. UA dorms, college level. The dormitory had gotten a recent upgrade since the old days. Now each room came with a kitchen alcove, private bathroom, and a smart holo display. Aries had already been modestly decorated. A few pressed flower frames, a photo of young Eri, Izumi, and Rumi at a beach. Rumi had forcibly dragged them on vacation, and her personalized hero outfit plans pinned to the corkboard. Outside, other college freshmen were moving in with fanfare. Some stopped dead in their tracks upon seeing the Izumi Usagiyama casually carrying 2 chaotic children like mismatched groceries. One student whispered to another, "Isn't that the bunny queen?" Another whispered, "Wait, she has kids?" Then someone else added, "I heard she once kicked A villain so hard it registered on a seismograph in China. Izumi turned her head slowly toward them and grinned. True. Also, I can hear you. Be scared. The students scattered like pigeons. Flashback. 3 years ago, Izumi had never expected to be a mother twice over again. The night in question had involved 1 bottle of cinnamon whiskey, Rumi goading her into karaoke at a private Pro Hero bar. Someone very pretty, very persistent, and ultimately very unimportant. Beyond that single shared night, she'd woken up in a hotel bed with a hangover the size of Kamino Ward and zero memory of names. 9 months later, she'd walked out of the hospital with 2 tiny lives in her arms and absolutely no idea what she was doing. Back to present. You're sure you'll be okay? Izumi asked Eri, finally setting Mika down, who immediately tried to climb the mini fridge like a mountain goat and gently brushing a snow-white lock behind her daughter's ear. Eri nodded. Mom, I'm fine. I've survived sharing a house with them for 3 years. College will be a breeze. Izumi gave her a lopsided grin. That's not how this works. I'm your mom. My job is to be paranoid. What if someone hits on you? What if someone hurts you? What if a boy tries to kiss you? Eri blinked slowly. I've disintegrated Yakuza leaders before the age of 10, she said flatly. I'll be fine. Still, just let me threaten them once. No, just once. Still no. Mika, threaten them with fire. Izumi smirked at that. See, your sister gets it. Aunt-Rumi, a soft thud thud thud, sounded outside the dorm. In came Izumi Usagiyama, tall and scarred and wearing a tank top that read, Punch first, regret never. She was holding 2 ridiculously large paper bags filled with food. I brought takeout, Rumi announced. Also tell me you haven't traumatized the new generation already. Izumi, arms now mercifully free, leaned against the desk with a wink. Just a little. Legacy demands it. Rumi ruled Eri's hair and set the food down. She looked from niece to pseudo-grandniece with a small fond smile, just a flicker, but it was there. These 2 gonna survive without you around full-time? She asked Izumi. I give it a week before Mika turns the laundry room into a kingdom and Suzu starts charging for bedtime stories, Izumi said, rolling her shoulders. But they'll be fine. They've got you. Rumi snorted. Lucky me. Eri laughed softly, watching her chaotic little family interact. She felt warm, grounded. She had come so far. Later that night, Eri stood at her dorm window as night fell. Her suitcase was unpacked. Her desk was set. Her bed was made. Outside, she saw Izumi adjusting a baby carrier for Suzu while Mika rode on her shoulders like a warlord on a throne. Rumi was next to them, chewing gum like she was ready to suplex anyone in a 5-mile radius. As they walked away, Izumi turned back once and gave Eri a wave, one of those goofy, exaggerated ones she always did. Eri waved back, heart aching just a little but also soaring. Thank you, she whispered, and then she closed the window. Tomorrow, her new life would begin. The late afternoon sky painted the world in soft gold and lavender. Crimson clouds clung to the horizon like the last kiss of a battle-scarred sky, and beneath them, the towering silhouette of Izumi Usagiyama's private estate stood tall against the coming dusk. It had the bones of an old traditional compound, but the edges had been hardened, reinforced. For someone who never stopped expecting a fight. But tonight, it was alight with glowing lanterns, celebratory banners, a grill the size of a pickup truck, and at least 5 diurent musical tracks competing in the background. The retirement party of Japan's most violent, beloved, and stubbornly unkillable pro hero had begun. On the road, Izumi Usagiyama sighed as she adjusted her leather jacket, tightening the shoulder strap of the baby bag across her chest while Suzu and Mika sprinted ahead of her toward the gates of the estate. Suzu, the calmer one, was giggling with excitement. She had on a red bunny hoodie and little matching sneakers. Mika, her wilder twin, had taped fake bunny ears to her head and was already yelling something at the security droids to stand aside for the queen's arrival. Izumi just shook her head. I swear, we're raising a cult leader. She stepped through the gates, greeted by cheers, claps on the back, and the sound of Rumi's deep, infectious laugh rolling across the courtyard like a war drum played for joy. There she was, Izumi Mirko, Usagiyama, now in her early 50s, still taller and stronger than 90% of the current Pro Hero roster. Her once pure white hair was now tinged with silver at the roots, tied back in a thick braid. Her arms were still scarred, her eyes still blazing with purpose, but for the first time in decades, she looked at peace. Rumi's party. Old friends, old enemies, former sidekicks, and students mingled in the wide-open space. Many of them stared at Izumi as she entered, children in tow. She didn't mind. She was used to it now. She walked like a queen of fire and ruin, but with two tiny hands holding hers, grounding her to something gentler. Usagiyama, came the booming voice of Rumi as she pushed through the crowd and wrapped Izumi in a tight, crushing hug. You throwing in the towel too? Izumi teased, grinning. Rumi rolled her eyes. Hardly. I just figured I'd let the next generation screw things up. For once. Besides, these old bones need a break. And more tequila. Mika tugged on Rumi's pants. Grand Bunny, can I use your house as my base of operations when I take over the world? Rumi looked down, cocked an eyebrow, and smirked. Only if I get to be your war general. Mika gave her a serious nod. Deal. Suzu chimed in, and I'll run the treasury. Izumi placed her face in her hand and muttered, they're building an empire. The night wears on the sun, dipped below the horizon, and the paper lanterns shimmered like fireflies. There were speeches, some hilarious, some touching. Rumi had always been notoriously blunt and emotionally reserved, but when she took the mic, her voice cracked just once. I didn't think I'd get here, she said quietly. Didn't think we were supposed to back then, but I did. And I got to see my family grow, and I got to see Izumi become someone terrifyingly competent at parenting. The crowd laughed. She continued, the world's changing. And for once, I'm not afraid of it. Because I've seen who's coming next. And they're us, but meaner, smarter, kinder, wilder, and weirdly obsessed with duct tape. She shot a glance at Mika. The girl grinned like a goblin. The slow fade later that night, when most of the guests had filtered out or fallen asleep at tables, Izumi stood under a cherry blossom tree in the back garden. Suzu was dozing on a bench, curled into her bunny plushie. Mika had passed out halfway through trying to dig a hole for conquest. Izumi held a glass of sparkling juice in one hand, the soft hum of music still echoing from the courtyard behind her. The wind kissed her cheeks, and then soft footsteps behind her, arms wrapped slowly, tenderly around her waist. Familiar, steady, strong. Izumi didn't need to turn around to know. A warm voice, low and teasing, brushed against her ear. Still making the whole party stare at you, I see. Izumi smiled, closing her eyes as she leaned back into the embrace. I'm retired, remember, she murmured. I'm allowed to be a little dramatic now. The arms tightened around her, and Izumi reached back, threading her fingers, with the ones resting on her stomach. There was no audience now, no stage, no battlefield, just two hearts beating in rhythm. She turned around and kissed her. It was soft and lingering, not rushed, not heated, just right. And for the first time, the world saw her. Its strongest woman, its mother of monsters, its bunny queen, and at her side, smiling, steady, holding her like gravity itself, its lioness, its storm, its wife, Kindo Rappa. As they stood together, the camera of life pulled back. The lanterns flickered, the moon rose, and the sound of distant laughter and sleeping children filled the world like a lullaby. The scene faded into black, and peace at last settled in. The end. Thank you for joining us on this journey through What If. Female Deku was trained by Mirko. We hope you found it as captivating as we did. A big thank you to Random Bullshit 9 for creating such an engaging story. Don't forget to visit their profile on Wattpad for more fantastic works. The link is in the description below. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up, share with your friends, and subscribe to Zen and Fanfics for more intriguing explorations into fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we love hearing your thoughts and suggestions in the comment section. See you soon in the next video.